Well, hello ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Mythic Showdown Season 2, presented to you by War Drum Games. And guess what? Yesterday we had a very eventful night and some of the results were really, unexpected. Then again, I think there's nothing unexpected when the big orcs are fighting. The best one wins, of course, but then again, the show has not been over yet. Today we are finally back with another set of games. This is gonna be, again, Mythic Showdown. Round robin continuing as it is to actually figure out which teams will qualify for the LAN. And now, let me introduce you to the caster decks. It's gonna be me, Shinryu, and I'm joined by Twilight today, a new caster that you guys have not seen so much. So, Twilight, the match between Crux Requiem versus Yama Esports, right? And you know about the point table as well. So, in a way, I think this match will determine a lot more, right? The standings will change from here on. As well, teams that are supposed to qualify might not qualify at this point. So, what do you think about the point tables at this point? Like, what is the standing so far?
The standings so far are like RNTX are definitely on the top. After that, I think SATL might cross RNTX tonight if they clean sweep the other opponent there.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Are there chances for Crux Requiem to actually qualify today, or is it for even for Yama? Like, what do you think? Is there any chances for that?
Yeah, if both the teams manages to like clean sweep their opponent, then yeah, definitely they can qualify.
Okay, I think this match will be determining a lot more, and also, right, if they win or if they get more points, then Godlike might not qualify, isn't it? Like their position or their standing will be jeopardized if these two teams secure a lot more points, isn't it? Like, I think that is the current standing, most likely. Yeah. So, I mean, we'll see the standing more as well for the teams to qualify or not, whether they will qualify or not. But again, this matchup, you can see Yama Esports taking on against Crux Requiem. The side of Yama Esports will get the first pick here, and the draft is already rolling here. And I don't know if this is intentional or what are they doing, because I see a Harith as well as a Beatrix being locked in. Like, is that right? Like, is it really how it is going? Because isn't the Harith supposed to be a golden hero? The Beatrix too? Like, what is happening
exactly.
here?
I guess this might be a mistake because they want the Harith to go mid lane, I guess.
But I don't see the value out of the Harith into the mid lane. Maybe it might be a misclick or a mishap from their side. But again, Crux Requiem, they have gotten themselves really good heroes, the Hayabusa, the Yuzhong, as well as the Croc, meaning that they really want to dive and they want to shut down the game early on, right? You can see they have very high pressure with both the heroes onto the Grom as well as for the EXP, and the Hayabusa already has that kill pressure from the early on, so Lomsanga will be playing that hero, and I believe this might actually put a lot more pressure for the Beatrix, and if the Harith is there as well, that too. But at the same time, the draft is not moving from where it is, so we'll see how it is going from here on, of course. But finally it is moving. I think it was paused, maybe some kind of issue that has arisen, isn't it? And I think we might just see what is the issue, maybe a network glitch or something of that sort, because the two picks, of course, does not really make sense, and maybe something along that line. But
this is definitely a mispick, I guess.
Or maybe an internet issue, right? I think an auto pick because of the internet glitch that they had. I don't think so. We'll have a redraft, right? There is no redraft, even though there is such mistakes. Is it there?
We'll need to confirm with the staffs for this one.
I think the referee will give us a better idea, but so far, so far I think this was indeed a mistake, because you can see the teams, they cannot actually play with this draft, and this is actually a proper issue, and it happened before the entire draft went through. So we might just go for a redraft here, just to fix that one issue. The teams will still pick the same heroes, I believe, and that one hero which got auto-locked might just get changed from YLA out here. So while that issue is getting fixed again, we are back here into the draft. You can see nothing much changing. The same heroes will get picked again. So I believe this time we might just see something different for the mid lane. The Harith should be onto the goal lane. So against the Hayabusa, they can still go for the Zuxin. Not the Zuxin, actually. The Zuxin might just face trouble. They have the Eve if they want, but again, there is a Yuzhong, there is the Croc as well. So will they really pick those heroes? But lot of uncertainties. I think the mid lane might be a suffering role, isn't it, out here?
Yeah, considering they've already taken the Grok as well. Uh, what do you think they will pick the next hero?
I feel they just might just go for the same heroes out here. At least for the side of Yama Esports, they will change that Harith, not the Harith, the Beatrix. Now they go for the Phoveus. Okay, against the Yuzhong, I'm kind of considering is that the right choice. But a mid lane Phoveus could also be an option. I've seen some of the teams, not from India actually, from outside, using the mid lane Phoveus for some reason. And it actually works, some way it works because your one mission is to counter the Hayabusa, and it kind of pays the price in a way that it can punish the Hayabusa. But again, while we are moving for the second banning phase, you can already see the mid lane has yet not been locked in from both the sides, right? And
Yeah,
both the teams might just, try to ban it off more. You can see two of the heroes getting banned. That is going to be the Kimi as well as the Eve. And I feel we might just see even more here, Twilight. More mid lane bans coming.
exactly. They can ban maybe Valentina as well.
Maybe the Valentina, or if they want to, uh, what other mid lane can they go for? Let me think. Maybe the Farsa as well, right? The Farsa could be another option. But
Yeah,
against the Yuzhong, I don't think it works for Yama Esports, but for Crux Requiem, it also works. But there's a Grutkacha too, so maybe a risky pick. But apart from those heroes, what else can you go for the mid lane? Wily can actually pull up the Selena if he wants to, because I've seen Wily playing that hero. So, and the Selena works as well. The Zuxin will get banned, so that was left open. One of Ray's favorite hero, right? Anytime we think about
exactly.
Zuxin, we think about Ray, isn't it? The
Yeah,
Zuxin's husband.
Ray won't be
And
happy about.
he won't be happy about this. He will be like crashing out for sure right now. But again, I think no more Zushin appearance in this game. But the last ban is still due from Yama Esports. If they want, they can ban some of the mid lane option or maybe the gold lane. They can ban off the Nathan because the Harith will have a difficult time leaning against that hero. And Peekaboo Predator is very good with that. As not very good, but he's decent with that. And another option could be the Grandeur, I would say. Either of the two heroes. So let's see how it goes on from here, Twilight.
Exactly. But from the team of Yama, if they pick another one more magic hero, it will be too much magic damage, I guess.
Hmm, that is the case, but again, what do they go for is also a question, right? Because if they go for more magic out here, they cannot go for a magic jungle, I would say. Or okay, the Esmeralda. I like the Esmeralda pick. It kind of counters the Harith as well as the, I would say, even the. Okay. The Phoveus, but still they're going in for Edith, bit more shield. Even the Faramis, and now, whoa, that is a very quick draft. Like the Valentina is looking too good in this draft. Not gonna like Crux. Requiem has
Is it like an elite jungle?
It is an edit jungle actually. It is an edit jungle. It is Faramis mid, Phoveus EXP, and the Garutkacha roam. So in a way, they're going again for this edit jungle, which they had done previously, but it didn't work so well. The last time they did it,
Yeah,
they
that's
lost to the other team. So I don't know what Yama Esports are thinking with this draft though. But once again, we'll see, Twilight, from here. I think the side of Team Crux Requiem has gotten themselves a better draft. And even with that Valentina, they can steal away a lot of the ultimates, right? 3 of the ultimates already so strong. The mid trio, they have a really good ultimate to give. I think they should have banned off the Valentina if they're still going for this kind of pick. If they thought like they want to use these heroes, maybe consider banning off the Valentina instead of the Grandeur. Because yes, the Grandeur would have been a problem, but giving the Valentina, is that the right choice here?
I don't know, man. It's just too confusing right now. The edit
It
jungle is
is.
just confusing me too much.
I know, right? This is the thing with Yama Esports. They like to really, experiment a lot, even at a point where they can actually qualify to the
Yeah.
playoffs, I would say, to the LAN. But again, we'll see how it goes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will be walking into this game number 1 of the first match of the evening at Mythic Showdown Season 2, presented to you by War Drum Games. This is Yama Esports taking on against Team Crux Requiem. Both these teams need to win. If they win, there is a high chance that they might qualify for the LAN. And if more points they accumulate, the more 2-0s they get, the better for them. But again, in this game, Twilight, we are looking at a edit jungle versus a Hayabusa. I don't know how does that work so well. But again, Yama Esports is considering that. But again, if we talk about the emblems, we see 2 of the Wilderness Blessing being used. Esports, they have not gotten a single Wilderness Blessing. It's more of the proper emblem. And even for the Faramis, he's going for the pull yourself together. So more of cooldown onto the spell, as well as even for some of the skills as well. But the first blood already Dark takes down 27. What? A 2v1? One out?
Oh man. That's looking good for Yama right now with first blood. But I think there's an issue with the caster. I guess it's Shinra and Baldudu.
Oh yeah, I think we are still with Baldudu. I mean, we miss Baldudu, but hey, we need to just go for the Twilight, right? I mean, you're so observant, right, Twilight? You just figure out the mistakes, and anytime any of the teams they make a mistake, I hope if you point it out as well, right? And for now, giving the first blood, like you mentioned, already a bad go. But again, mid lane, a bit of skirmish happening around as well. But okay, Hayabusa wants to go in, has the level 4, gets a taunt from the Unbreakable, gets out. Lomsang up, wanted to go for a kill, but still the pressure will not be there. And the goal slightly in the favor of Yama Esports, the turtle in few seconds. So I think both the teams need for a good setup, isn't it? So we'll see how the setup goes from there on. But again, both the sides, as it is, they're going for a bit of skirmish. The turtle has spawned, and Team Yama Esports are the first to start, but Lomsang has a very good flankable position. If he wants, he can go and steal the turtle, and most of the members, they have a level 4. The Black Dragon should be able to zone it out, but Executor takes down Toby. The AOG dropped down, and now the turtle will be taken out by Lomsang. Yama Esports might just lose out the team fight. They're in a very bad positioning. Cluster, he takes down 27 though, and that's a slain, but still Yama Esports winning out the complete team fight. They take down 2, and now Dark will secure a double kill. They lost the turtle, but still they took out that entire team fight. And now Yama Esports will have the luxury of the gold, kind of favoring them, isn't it, Twilight?
It is exactly going the opposite of what I thought it would be. I didn't expect the edit jungle will work this much.
Yeah, I know, right? I thought, the side of Crux Requiem definitely had the team fight, considering the fact that they had such a good positioning and they even got the level 4. But now Peekaboo takes out Clutch TZ, like off cam for sure. Maybe a error in the rotation, did not have the vision, but still a bad go for him. He needs to stay alive to get his farm covered. But at the same time, the gold laner as well as the jungle got taken down from the side of Team Yama Esports, which is a bad thing because the gold lane as well as the jungle needs to maintain their farm as much as they can. For the gold lane, the matchup is not too good here, right? It's a Esmeralda versus an Harith Twilight, so I think the Esmeralda does get the priority in the laning phase, right? Isn't it?
Yeah. Considering Esmeralda's tankiness in the early game and mid game, I don't think Harry will be able to melt her unless he buys like Holy Crystal or Divine Leap.
Yeah, maybe at least 2 or 3 items before he can do a lot more. But look at the positioning again from Crux Requiem. They have a very good ambush setup. Abyss TZ has the vision. Oh, he actually spots him out, but now they want to go for a bit of fight. But Abyss TZ is really losing his HP quite quickly. Needs to be careful because there's a turtle that will be spawning soon. He cannot die down right now because if he gets taken down, then they will lose the priority from the turtle. But at the same time, you can see another damage onto his Abyss TZ, more HP being chunked out, but again the knock up onto his Executor, low HP, but here comes the Leather Realm, and Dark will take down Executor, and with this AOG will drop down, but not really connecting. 27 goes there, but Zaman Force dropped as well. Lamish getting out of hand for the side of Team Crux Requiem. They fall apart. 2 of the members make it 3 actually getting taken down, and now not Executor, but it's Peekaboo falling as well. With this, Yama Esports will get the second turtle of the game. This is the definite win, isn't it, Twilight?
Yeah, exactly. I actually think Yama might be able to clean sweep this match at this point.
They They can, isn't it? Because
Yeah.
like
But
let's
who
take for
knows? I might
example.
be judging too soon. Yeah.
Mhm. Could be because this is just the early game, right? We are just 5 minutes into the game, and it's too early to maybe give a definite. But still, with this kind of lead, they can snowball to the point that the Hayabusa will be exempted from getting his farm. If you talk about items, Harith has already locked his Starlium Kite, so he can actually dish out the damage against the Esmeralda, who has just the book so far, the Enchanted Talisman. Hayabusa has the Hunter Strike, so he can actually go for the kill pressure, but so far he has not been able to do so. Three of the members are really tanky, and if you go and use your ultimate against Wile, he will use the Nether Realm. So not much that you can do. And for Toby, he's the only person that they can go for. But again, Dark getting engaged on by 4 members. I think that's too much for him. He gets taken down. And that's a huge shutdown. The side of team. Crux Requiem has gotten because yeah, he was 5-0 and 2. So you can see the amount of gold he gave.
The bounty. I guess he hit the bounty, right? Or did he not?
He had a bounty. He definitely had the bounty, but the fact is not of just the bounty, right? They even took down the tier 1 in the top lane. So more map space for them, and Dark will have to play much more careful. The space he has now for farming or even for laning against the Yuzhong has gotten reduced significantly. For 27, he can rotate a lot more around the map, put that pressure, force those skills out, and that will put a problem. But again, Lomsanga wants to go for a flank against Toby. He did not use the shadow kill yet. He just go for the quad shadow, so he's waiting for the right opportunity. But again, Dark is the one being engaged onto us. Get a bit of taunt, but still is okay. He got terrified there, but still fine. The turtle is there. Lomsanga does not want to contest for that, but Toby is all by himself clearing the top lane, and Lomsanga might just get a free kill off that. And I don't think so. The side of Team Yama Esports has any idea, and Toby will get taken down here. This is bad for Yama Esports. Gold lane at the turtle, though. The side of Team Yama Esports is now considering it to take it down, but still, the side of Team Crux Requiem are fighting for it. Lomsanga should be able to rotate on time plus TZ. Can he get the retribution? Yes, he does, but here comes a fight, and the Nether Realm will exactly get taken off by the Valentina, so it's not there anymore, and now they want to punish, but Execute is just too tanky at this point, and look at the HP being chunked out from Wile. He's still trying to survive, has the Stampede to get out of there. He survives still, but the knock-up, the fight is not over, and Lomsanga wanted to go for more kill pressure. Now Toby joins the fight, but still, the side of Team Crux Requiem says that we do not want to overextend this anymore. But so far, the goal that was in the side of Team Yama Esports is now has been reduced here, Twilight.
Yeah, the gold is reduced significantly considering the early game lead they got. But this is what I was worried about in the draft game.
Yeah.
They got too much magic damage right now.
Yeah, man. I think the magic damage is kind of not working towards their end. So they kind of need to just hold on for a bit longer, because for Harith, he needs the item. Clutch TC, I don't know when will he get the power spike, but so far he has been doing pretty good. He has locked in the Twilight, not the Twilight Armor, but oh wait, 27 got taken down. Toby, another fight out here, but look at the HP drop down from Toby, and Executor might just jump onto his Toby, but he's able to dash out, but Ray has been really low, and Wiley will be able to secure that kill. Two of the members from the side of Team Crux Requiem got taken down, and now the side of Team Yama Esports wants to push the third, but Dark is taking a lot of damage. He gets under the second tier, falls, but Executor jumps in onto his three members. The Revitalize is reviving the HP back, but here comes the Nether Realm from Peekaboo, making that Executor has much more sustain, and Yama Esports is out of their skills. They need to back off, and Toby not being there reduces their damage. So in a way, they have been able to open up the mid lane, the first turret of the game that they took down, but it's after 9 minutes of the game. The Lord will be here, but so far, Yama Esports, they do not have a strong foothold to actually win out a complete team fight. They cannot get a wipeout at this point. I think they have to trade bodies, and because of which that could provide a lot of problem. But again, mid lane, a bit of pressure coming in, of course, but still, the trigger has not been pulled yet by the side of Team Crux Requiem. They're waiting for the Lord to be the ground for them to fight for the next year. So Twilight, who can secure the Lord, you think, for this one?
I think Lomsanga can actually do.
Yeah, Lomsanga can do it, but
Right now,
Well,
I think he was going for the split push. Yeah, he's still going, he's still going.
yeah, he's going for the split push because for as much as the slow push will happen on the top lane, Yama Esports will be forced to rotate, and you can see already two of the members have rotate, so this kind of give the side of Team Crux an advantage in terms of members because they will have 5 of them available, if not 5, at least 4. And anytime they want to look for an engage, they can actually punish down. But again, Clutch Easy wants to go in to clear the wave. He's a bit, I would say, out of position that he can actually get punished, but he's trying to beat, I believe. But again, the waves management is not the best so far by the side of Team Yama Esports. They need to put the pressure while Crux Requiem can start the lot. So the top lane, Toby cannot do it by himself. So for Abyss, he needs to just give the assistance towards him. The Lord not started. Both the teams are actually holding it for much longer. But with that 1k goal lead, I think it's not enough for Yama Esports to win it out completely, isn't it, Twilight?
So even I was not listening properly. I was so into the game.
It's okay, man. It's okay. I know this game is actually going exciting, but again, you
Yeah,
see, Toby just picked up the Holy Crystal. This is the item that can change the game, isn't it, Twilight?
yeah, the Holy Crystal, the late game changer.
Yep. But this Lord has been a really long, one because neither of the team, for some reason or the other, they do not want to take it away. And this time, Peekaboo will not take the Nether Realm. He will go for the, I would say, the Primal Wrath. But look at Dark, so ahead. He's trying to chunk down the HP from 27. But oh, they're pulling the trigger, and oh, Peekaboo will take it down in the hands of Wiley. And that's the mid lane down. Executors there. The Nether Realm will again being used by Wiley. Now they don't have it. Hayabusa, if he wants, he can go for a flank, but Dark is still trying to pick the HP down. But 27 goes in with the Black Dragon from really on HP. Go for the Petrify, jumping in, but the tech charge connects, but Areg is taken down. Clutch secures the Long Sanga not in the vicinity is problem. Wiley takes down Long Sanga at 27 falls. Clutch TC with a double kill, and now Wiley will cancel out the recall from Executor. Yama Esports finally pulling the big guns, and they win out the team fight completely and definitely. And with the Lord advantage, they can at least take down one of the inhibitor at least. Second tiers, they should fall here, isn't it, Twilight?
Yeah, I think they should be able to hit the inhibitors.
They should take down the inhibitors, but it's okay, Twilight. It's okay. I know the nervousness is getting to you as well for this game. You're also nervous for Crux Requiem here, but let's see how they defend this one. But again, Executor goes in with the Starfall. But look at the Nether Realm again being used up, and Executor is really low on HP. He falls. Dark takes him down, but the tech charge comes in with Flicker. There is a shadow kill, but nobody falls. Wild actually gets taken down, but there's a double kill. No way. He takes down 2, but double kill for even. The side of Team Yama. Yeah. Yama Esports might just end the game here, and they will definitely end the game. And with this, Crux Requiem, they lose the game out, and Yama Esports, they get the first point in this best of 3 series. Oh my god, what happened in the last team fight, Twilight? Like, what did you see? What went wrong for Crux Requiem there?
I guess they were like going in single but this episode, like one after another, they were like going solo. So yeah.
I feel they were not really able to sync their skills, right? That's what you mean. So in a way, that was a problem. But look at the underhanded pick, not underhanded, but underrated pick by Wiley, the Faramis, which we don't really see much in this meta, isn't it, Twilight? And somehow it worked really well. He even got the player of the match. He got taken down once, but the passive of the Faramis is so good. Like, he can be brought back instantly. So even though they went for an edit jungle, which I was skeptical about, you were skeptical about, isn't it, Twilight? In the end, it worked out well. And even though Toby was...
Yama, man.
No need to doubt Yama, man. It's okay, it's okay. But I think the Executor onto that Esmeralda could not really counter because of the high amount of sustain the side of Yama Esports had. And even they had the damage because of the Primal Wrath. It deals true damage. Had it with the damage, despite the Esmeralda getting shield, she was not able to sustain because I think the items had not kicked in yet. because of being trailed back in the gold department. So in a way, for the side of Crux Requiem, they never really got the luxury of the gold or the economy onto their side, and because of that, I think it was a very difficult time for them to contest in those team fight, isn't it? But man, this is like a bad start for Crux Requiem. They also needed 2-0, and even Yama Esports needs 2-0. For some reason, I think even they have a very good chance actually qualifying. If they can do all their games, you can actually get a chance to reach the LAN for Mythic Showdown Season 2. But again, head-to-head battle here, Twilight. You can see 10,000 gold for the Harith, but 7.9 just for the Esmeralda. So in a way, it's not enough, I would say. And even though Plus TZ went for Edith, the Hayabusa, he was there putting the pressure, but the Edith was just significantly more. Her presence was felt much more than the Hayabusa in this game, I would say. And again, mid lane, I think, is just Wile outplaying Peekaboo in this case, man. He had the Valentina, he had the chance to steal away the Nether Realm as well, but at a lot of the fights, I think Wile had the better timing for the Nether Realm, and the Nether Realm really just made the team fight very difficult for Crux Requiem to actually contest. Even the Hayabusa Shadow Kill could not do much.
Yeah, the opponents were just too tanky for Hayabusa to even melt it.
That's what. But I think for Crux Requiem, they need to pull up, man. They need to really pull up. They need to show their A game at this point. If they don't, then it will be very difficult for them to actually even get a proper match out or a proper game out from the side of Team Yama Esports. They're looking really good in this phase, but again, the rich guy for this game would be Toby, none other than Debbie's son. So he's making an appearance. I think Debbie might be really proud of that. At the same time, there is the Esmeralda getting both the carry as well as the sandbag. At the same time, the highest damage dealt, but some way or the other, the team was not really able to provide the assistance, or maybe the damage was just a bit too much by the side of Team Yama Esports to actually take her down. And the wingman is none other than Wile onto the Faramis. So, Twilight, what do you think will happen for the next game, man? Because this is almost a match point for the side of Yama Esports. So the draft could be the only game changer at this point. But apart from that, do you see that side of Team Crux Requiem can actually make a comeback for this game or for this matchup?
If they continue to keep making mistakes like last time, like they were not staying in groups and like taking single-handedly fights, I don't think they will make it. Like right now, Yamas are doing pretty good. They're like pretty well coordinated. So yeah, in terms of team fight, I think Yama might be in a pretty fantasy.
I see. But Twilight, this might be a bit off topic, but I'm really proud of you, man. I know you're not a caster, you're a lovely streamer, but today you pulled up your brave heart to actually come here and cast. Guys, please do not hate Twilight or do not be harsh to him. He's a very wonderful guy. I think he's the person whom I have never heard speaking much louder than this current voice that he's speaking in. He's the most calmest person out there, and he's the person who streams for you also. You guys might just get a chance to meet him during the LAN. So this is your streamer, guys. This is the best streamer, one of the best streamer that I've worked with, and the best streamer for Mythic Showdown Season 2. Fredo, I'm sorry, but Twilight is the better one. So I mean, Twilight, so how does it feel for you to be on the other side? Like most of the time you're streaming, isn't it? So today you're actually casting here with us. So what do you feel about that?
All I know is this will be my first and last time.
Okay, man, it's okay. Let's just take a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in a jiffy, and we'll just make some proper arrangement just to fix few things. But do stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon. So just stay around.
भाई क्या कर रहे हैं तू लोग भाई क्या कर रहे हैं
ओए Fredo. Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Fredo, not Fredo. I mean Twilight. I'm locking in Fredo this time because it has been a while that I've been casting with him, and the name Twilight has not registered yet in my head. Twilight for casting. Like it's a very first time that I'm actually trying to get used to it. But still, let's have fun, man. Let's actually talk like friends for this draft. Don't take pressure, man. It's okay. And this is the sentence that actually make people feel more pressured. I'm so good at it. See, I'm making you feel pressured at this point. But still, so I don't know. Looking at the previous game, we saw Yama Esports actually winning out the first match, isn't it? And for the second match, are you seeing the same to happen? Do you think Crux Requiem will not be able to crack the code against Yama Esports, or what are your prediction actually? Let's just take it that way.
I cannot say it right now.
You need to predict, man. You say 2-0 or 1. You say 2-0 or 1-1. Let's go that way.
Okay, 2-0.
2-0. Okay, you're supporting Yama Esports, bias caster. Now hate him, guys. I'm just kidding. But still,
guys.
Bias streamer, hate him, guys.
Yeah.
And again, okay, and oh wait, look at that. What did Crux Requiem just pick here? You wanna say about something something for that?
If I say something about that, I don't think Ray will let me live alive.
Sheesh. Ray might just stop your existence at this point. Make you just extend. But we cannot let that happen. So Twilight, we'll let you talk about that. But still, I think Ray need to be summoned. Ray, if you're anywhere around, then you can just come and talk about this hero. But at the same time, Twilight, this time I would say the side of Team Yama Esports, they will be picking up a different hero. It's the Hayabusa plus the Hilda. So I was not expecting those two heroes, I would say. At least I was expecting another, I think, maybe this hero. What do you call that thing? Edith Jungle? Why not, right? Uranus Jungle? I was expecting those things because Yama Esports are so good into using those heroes. And I just saw Ray popping up for a few seconds. And the Zushin and the Ray's connection is just on a different level, man.
Yeah, he came solely for juicing.
Yeah, just for Zushin. But at the same time, I feel the Hayabusa is a very good counter against the Zushin. So the Zushin might have a little bit of tough time going against this pick. And even for Abistizi onto that Hilda, he can put equal amount of pressure, if not the same, to the Zushin, that she will be having a difficult time to do her work freely. But you are picking a YSS against the Hayabusa. Like, are you sure about that? But then again, it depends on the players. I would say the way these people can use their micro skills or the micro that they have.
It might actually work out.
It can, right?
Without Hayabusa's ult, it might actually work out.
The Hayabusa's ult, right? I think they can actually share the damage, isn't it? One way or the other. The Grok was left open, so I was like, why not pick up the Grok for yourself? Like last game for Crux Requiem, Doom or Array in this case picked it up, but this time he is actually letting go of that hero and prioritizing the Alice plus the Sunshine for this case. So what are we thinking they will do? Because now they go for the Harith for the side of Team Yama Esports, still sticking one of the comfort for Toby. He's not going for the Grandeur anymore. He's not going for the Esmeralda anymore. And I think I like this difference of draft that they're picking up, because I think for Toby his potential is much more unlocked onto those goal lane or those marksman heroes that deals pure damage rather than actually tank it up. And this is a good change that is coming through. But what about the bans? What do you think? Like, are they the right bans for these teams?
Yeah, exactly. The bans are all perfect. Oh, it's Esmeralda and Kimi, right? Yeah. It's
Esmeralda and Kimi plus on the other side there's the Eve plus the Ruby. So I think the Ruby could have been one of those heroes to be used in the side of Team Crux Requiem. So denying it is a good choice. Even the Esmeralda, it came in the last game by the hands of Executor, but this time it'll be not there.
Yeah, but the Grok is still open though.
Yeah, the Grok is open, but I feel at this point, why not go for the Kufra? Like, maybe the Kufra would be a good choice.
Yeah,
like
the Kufra might work.
I mean, the Grok is good. No disrespect on that, but the Kufra might just work a little bit better, if not the best. but still the Yuzhong is open. A lot of the heroes are open. I would say if they pick up the Alice to burst down the. I mean, they pick up the Lunox to pick up the to burst down the Alice, and this is a good choice that they're going for. But again, they need something to actually facilitate their EXP lane for the side of Team Yama Esports. So the Grandeur will be the choice for Executor, and they go for a high loss onto the mid lane. Kind of lacking the crowd control, I would say. If you cancel out just the Lantern Flare from the Zushin, there's just two stuns available from the Alice as well as the Hylos. But will it be enough to stop a Hayabusa, Harith plus Lunox? What do you think?
I think they've got too much less CC. They should have picked a little more CC hero, like, I don't know.
I think you're right about that. I think having less amount of crowd control will kind of stop or maybe make it difficult for them to stop the advances. The dive, the side of Team Yama Esports have 5 of their members are all dive-based heroes. So in a way, we'll see, how they actually execute this draft. But again, Crux Requiem this time, last game I thought Crux Requiem had a better draft looking at it, but the execution from Yama Esports was just too better. But this time, we'll see. Fredo, I think we need to welcome you back, right? Or, well, not Fredo, it's actually Culprit. My bad. I can hear a lot of voices in my head, so I just need to figure out which one is the correct one. But do I hear my man Culprit out here? Is he here?
Yes, sir. We are here. Shinryu, how you're doing? And
I'm doing good, man.
The lineup for both the teams are looking pretty solid, if I had to say. Because, like, a Granger definitely in the hands of Executor is going to pay out a lot for Team Crux Requiem, but, there is their opponent, like Toby is on that Harith, so it might be a game changer for them as well.
Yeah, and for Executor, he's mostly the person who also performs better onto the marksman-based pick, not the fighter one. I think they are not the players that is best suited for the fighter meta. It's not that they cannot use it; they can do it. They can do wonders with those picks. But I think the one or the heroes that best unlock their potential would be this, their comfort or the signature heroes which they are going for in this game. And for Crux Requiem, I think they are going for 2 damage dealers, 2 marksmen, so the resources might be a bit diverted, but still fine. They have a support or a utility onto the mid lane, Peekaboo onto the Zuxin. So we'll see how it goes. But again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are moving into the game number 2 in this first match of the evening. Yama Esports, they have the first point, so they are in the match point as well. Crux Requiem, they need to score back the point. So let's see if they can win this game or not. But still, either way it goes, we will be seeing a lot of changes in the table or the point tables for this league stage. Anyway, again, Culprit, we are here into the game. You can see already the Zuxin being so annoying into the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Zushin deals a lot of damage. That continuous damage with that Lantern is going to cost the mid laner from Yama Esports a good time. Like, it will deal a lot of damage in the early phase, but we can see Clutch TZ, they have started with that red buff, and the rotation is going to be that basic to us, that goal lead, marking Executor out.
Indeed, and if we talk about the emblems as well, not too much of a mobility coming from the Lunox, so he's just actually going for a bit of, I think, quick itemization out here, but Array was really chunked low, did not use the Revitalize, held on to it. He was like, I'm not going to use it even if I fall down. But I think that's a good sign because they need to keep it up for the turtle, and neither of the team is actually, taking a fight yet that can actually give them a kill. It was close though, but not a kill secured. But at the same time, I feel the first blood will explain a lot more how this game will actually take a direction, isn't it?
Yes, sir, definitely. I mean, the team Crux Requiem, they have prioritized that, the sustain based emblem system so that they can sustain out quite a lot, but we can see some gank up right there in the turtle area around Dark.
Yeah, I think Dark would be the member that will get marked because he has the Black Dragon, which can zone out very well, right? For right now, you can see the level 4 mark will not be yet achieved by the EXP laners yet, but the turtle has already been started off by the side of Team Crux Requiem. Lobsong is working on towards it, and Steezy, can he steal it away? He's going in with the Quad Shadow, goes in with the Retribution, but no! Lobsong pick it up, but look at the Black Dragon as well as Steezy going for the zone, but he's low on HP, and Peekaboo gets taken down as the first blood. Yama Esports now. They're trying to run away, but
This-
27 is chasing them down. But look at Abisty. He survives with the full HP. Gets the shield, but Dark won't be so fortunate. There's the glorious pathway giving a bit of mobility. While is out of skills, but able to walk away. Yama Esports, they trade 1-for-1, but lost the turtle there.
Oh, that is quite a fight coming from Yama Esports. Like, after that, they lost that Rechi battle. They tried to engage in Dark. Obviously, did a lot of damage, but once again, like Team Crux replied back with a serious move.
Indeed, and I think every time, even though Yama loses the first turtle, they're very keen on taking the fights. Last game too, we saw the same, pattern as well. They lost the turtle, but they ended up winning out the fight. This time they traded 1-for-1, so not a definite win. Crux Requiem will still have the economy to their side, which is a good thing. They also need the snowball, but I think it's bad for Yama Esports because the Hayabusa will require the skills. Fortunately, it was just Dark who got taken out, not the main damage dealer.
Okay.
So still,
Okay.
again,
In the bottom lane, Hayabusa catching out Executor, but he'll survive with a slither of
Oh.
HP for now.
yeah, man, close calls so far, but not getting the kills. Might be a bit frustrating for Yama Esports, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, that was a sure kill. Two of the members ganking one Granger in the early game phase and not getting a kill might be a
Isn't
loss
it?
for them in the early game.
But the good thing is that they baited out the flicker, right? So now Granger has to play defensively. So I think that should give Toby an upper edge. But turtle number 2 will be spawning here soon, Culprit. So they're waiting for it. Both the teams.
Yes, sir. Both of the teams, but I'll say Crux is kind of looking stronger as they do have that early game heroes. I mean, YSS is definitely not an early game heroes, but they've got Alice, but the Black Dragon gets popped out. Okay.
Oh, going in.
Lomsanga?
Lomsanga goes to the dash, but oh no, he can burst it down so quickly. Obviously, he locks him down, and that's one member down. Erase 1 HP, but he gets out using the Revitalize, the glorious pathway to slow the members down from the side of Team Yama Esports. Executors joins the party, but Toby's onto the bot lane. But this time, I think it should be a easy turtle for the side of Team Yama Esports. They're getting the goal back, so this is a very good sign for them.
Yes, sir, definitely. And the turtle is once again taken by Yama Esports. The first time it was for our Crux Requiem, but this time Lomsanga didn't survive well. Dark's damage was quite enough to take him down in the early game. So they might have to prioritize farming because we all know that YSS is a farmer.
Yeah, he's a farmer, man. He's a farmer in an agricultural land. As you can see, the map already being kind of spanned out by the glorious pathway, but still they're not pulling the trigger yet. Holding on to it, waiting for the right chance. But so far, not too many kills on the board, despite we are going for a 5 minutes game. Last time it was much more, but again, a bit of skirmish onto the mid lane. Look at that, the damage being so much by the side of Team Yama Esports with a knockup from Peekaboo will take down the Roamer, but the Roamer for Roamer trade for both the teams. Toby take down one more kill, but there's Wile being brought up, and there comes the damage from the Gunner, and Executor takes down one more. Longsanga falls into the hands of Plus TZ, but they're trying to walk out, but will not be possible as Executor takes down 3 of the members from the side of Team Yama Esports.
This guy, dude. I like his Granger so much. I mean, he does have that Hunter Strike now, and he does have that Sky PSL as well. And a Granger early game fade is gonna hurt a lot to Yama Esports because he's just farming up kills and kills, and gold after gold.
Yeah, again, the goal being kind of juggled around, and the bad part is that the stacks onto the Sky Piercer. If the Sky Piercer stack increases, then the damage will be quite easy for for Crux Requiem to go for a snowball, I believe.
Definitely. I mean, if a Granger snowballs, it is going to cause, destruction for Yama Esports. And though they have that 1-point lead, that might not last longer. And with this, the mid lane turret will fall down as well, I guess, but it survives with a little bit of HP. And Team Crux Requiem will be prioritizing the turtle as the third turtle for the match is up.
Yeah, it is up, and again, Crux Requiem will be the first to start it off, but Yama Esports, they're looking to contest for it. Executor needs to be, kept alive for right now. I feel if he gets taken down, but look at that, Dark goes in, but no, it's actually a bit easy, but Dark, now he goes in, goes for the Petrify, onto his Executor, but not enough damage, no follow-up. He's trying to back out, but it might be too much of an overextension by the side of Team Yama Esports before the fight even started, and unstoppable for Executor. He takes down, but oh no, Clutch TZ goes in and finds the retribution, the clutch retribution from Clutch TZ will be securing the turtle, but now the mid lane might be in a jeopardized position as Crux Requiem are trying to push it in. Look at X27, he's going in against the Throne of the Ruins, the stun connects and the turtle turret falls, and so does Wiley. Crux Requiem, they're finally taking the the momentum back to their side.
Yes, sir. They're putting the cards one after one, and it's working out pretty well for them. And talking about Clutch TZ, that clutch was, pretty good one with that retry. But the thing is, Crux Requiem are on a 2k goal lead, and Granger has those 2 sweet stacks onto that Sky Piercer. So,
50 stacks, man. Think about that. Just think about that. Like, I don't know. This is looking bad because they're giving free kills. And again, look at just the Death Sonata dealing so much damage, enough to make the zone out. But again, while he almost bursts it down. But okay, here comes a stun onto Wasabi Clutch. He could not use the quad shadow. Needs to back out, but able to secure his purple, right? Did he or did he not? I think he was not able to secure his purple. So now the Hayabusa will be his purple less. So, oh nah, this is looking bad. The mid lane second tier is being pressured out. 27 against one of the race as well. Look at the Glorious Spark throwing them down, but the HP bars are really chunking low. Dark cannot find the right angle to go onto his Executor. He is using that flicker to get to safety, but nobody falls, surprisingly. And both the teams walk out with something, but a lot of resources being taken out. So they should be waiting for some time now. The reload time might be just, there for both these teams.
Yes, sir. And looking at the level ranking right there, Executor and Lomsang are both from Crux Requiem. They are at a level 12 mark, while I can just see only Hayabusa from Team Yama Esports is on level 12. And with this, the Lord has been spawned, and Crux Requiem is definitely looking stronger onto that Lord position. I mean, they can definitely take it down without the interference of Yama Esports, but okay. Clutch TZ might be another clutch.
I think they're expecting that, but he goes for the Ogi Shadow Kill Retribution. No! Lomsanga takes it down, and now Clutch TZ is out of shadows and more gunned down by Mr. Executor as he takes down the jungler of Team Yama Esports. With this, it's looking glim for them. The light is not shining anymore, even though they might be Yama. But right now they're at the bottom, so there's something that is much more taller than them.
Yes, sir, definitely. I mean, 60 stacks on the Executor. I mean, I've been following Executor from a long time, like around when he was in Ace, but one more godlike on his name. He is shining out more in this match. 70 stacks it is.
I think you are following up, but the side of Yama Esports, they're not following up the stack that he has at this point because he's getting more and more, but okay. Lomsanga versus Clutch TZ. He takes him down. That is a good shutdown. Finally, the jungler falls, but will it be too much of a difference? Because the main damage dealer right now is Executor. They need to find an angle towards him, and Abyss is trying to provide for that. There is a flank position, but look at the concealed play by the side of Team Crux Requiem. They want to go in with the Lord, but the Lord has already been cleared by the side of Team Yama Esports. The minions are there though, but Abyss needs to be careful. But Clutch TZ, he's low on HP, but able to shadow away. Clutch TZ survives. Abyss needs to go back, but not much of an advantage, I would say, by the side of Team Crux Requiem onto that Lord push. The inhibitors still stand by the side of Team Yama Esports, so it's still fine.
Definitely. I'm kind of happy about how Abyss is positioning himself and giving out all this vision, while Team Crux Requiem, they know, but they're not chasing down that hill because they know they can't kill it, with that much amount of damage, and the Hilda will sustain it as well. And looking at the itemizations, Granger, he has decided to go with that Rose Gold Meteor, which is going to protect him from Hayabusa's ultimate for now. But everything looks good, fine as well for everyone else.
It's looking fine. I think for the Hayabusa is going for the Sky Piercer as well. I think the stacks might be very low though. It's not enough stacks onto him. For Toby, he's 3 items in, so the damage should get through. But 27 has been the problem, and Wiley so far has not gotten too much of a good engage or good damage out of it, but just 10 stack onto the Hayabusa, man. Just 10.
I mean,
I don't
that
know.
was what I was looking at. Like he got one kill at the start of the game, and as the first item priority was Hunter Strike, and he went with that. The second item was that Sky Piercer, so one kill after that onto the Lom Sanga. That's why he does have that one stack onto that, matlab 10 stack onto that Sky Piercer. But right now, Team Crux Requiem, I guess they will be prioritizing that Lord, which will be up in 8 seconds, and we can see Abyss. What is he planning to do there?
He's trying
No,
to.
he's not
flank
even
these
recalling.
He's just, waiting for the right opportunity. This Lord fight, I think they might want to just go for a flank, take down Executor,
Okay.
and get a good look at the Executor.
But
Look at that conceal
he
taker, but they
knows-
read it out. No, the flicker is there from Abyss TZ, but are they still done? Lomsang as well as Peekaboo, they already know, but Abyss TZ is still trying to survive. He's walking out, he's running out, he's buying some more time, but one more hit, it should do the deal. Yes, it does. Lomsang takes away that, but Yama Esports, they could not even take down the Lord. They had their Lunox, they had the rest of the members, but they did not try to take it down, while the rest of the team is still there by the side of Team Yama Esports. I feel they do not have the priority on this Lord, so Crux Requiem should be getting it quite comfortably.
Another free Lord for Crux Requiem, I'd say, because Team Yama Esports, they're falling out in that goal, and Abyss, he did good by waiting there, but going out there and getting caught out by that flank, that costed them.
Bit too early, man. Should have waited.
Yes, sir. and the thing to note is that it was Lom Sanga's first kill of the game. So
Oh, I mean, the hero that is the Yushan Shin is supposed to get online in the late game, right? So I think he's still clear. He's still in the clear. Not too bad. He can still pick it up, but he did not have the Sky Piercer so far, so it's still fine. But again, this Lord is marching down, but the side of Team Crux Requiem is already trying to open up the top tier
Okay.
1. Not tier 1, but it's an inhibitor, but the minions will get cleared out mid. There's one more cannon minion. It should be cleared out pretty comfortably by the side of Team Yama Esports. So more stack of minions are yet to come, and Yama Esports also have to think about this Lord, which is there onto the bot lane. It'll be hitting the inhibitor onto the bot lane, should fall shortly, as Crux Requiem will be able to crack open the base from the bot lane, and now they're trying to prioritize the mid lane. But look at the damage on this, while he falls before he could even use the brilliance, but Dark is low on HP, the Glorious Puppy dropped down, and now there is Toby with the Zarvan Force, but look at the damage onto his head, but oh no, there will be the kill, but will it be enough? Lomsanga falls, Dark is taken down, legendary for the Executor, he finds a double. Abyss TZ is just trying to buy some time, but Yama Esports already lost 3 of their members. The damage has been done, and this might be it. This might be the last push. Abyss TZ is trying to buy some more time, but he too falls. Executor is just too fed as Yama Esports loses this game. Crux Requiem equalizes it for a score for 1-2.
Well, I do think that Crux Requiem do have that, opportunity to make that comeback with this one score. The score is 1-1 for both the teams. Definitely, both of them will be looking out to finish it off with the next game. We will see the best. Let the best win.
Absolutely, man. But this is a score that has been not settled yet. Both the teams will go for 1-1. But the player of the match, I mean, if you close your eyes, do you not know who the player of the match is in this game? What do you think?
Yes, sir. I mean, 10-0-1, and in this stage is quite crazy for a marksman. That took Ranger in this meta, because we know like a lot of fighter goal lane are being played out.
Yeah, I think this time Executor getting those free kills was kind of the point where Yama Esports lost the lead, because the Lunox, the work she was picked for, could not be done because the Alice did not fall for a single time and did not even have the radiant armor onto him. So it was just the sustenance from the Alice that came through. For Dark, he too could not mark the backline. He was just chunked up in the air while he was using the Black Dragon form. What do you do? Like, if the damage exceeds the threshold that you can survive or that you can sustain, there's nothing much you can do, isn't it?
Yes, and like he was being spoon-fed the Granger the whole match, and I just saw one time Clutch TZ trying to get that kill onto him, but he was quite not successful, and that somehow didn't ended up well for Yama Esports, but it will definitely make the third match pretty more interesting, don't you think?
Absolutely. If Yama Esports had cleared this game 2-0 and won their next game 2-0 as well, they could have qualified for the LAN, most likely. Like, there was a high
Yes, sir.
probability that they would have. But now, I think it's still good for the side of Team Crux Requiem. They still need to accumulate some more points, but they have to win this game. So does Yama Esports. I think they can still try to draw the point table. Maybe there will be a tie or something, but I don't know about the rest of the things. How it will be turning out, because the future matches have not been played yet, so we cannot actually give a prediction as of this point. But the head-to-head, what do you see?
Obviously, Executor up there top, but this time, like head-to-head for the jungler, I kind of think that Clutch Tishi should have been a bit more point higher than Lomsanga, but it is what it is. YSS takes the lead.
Yeah, man, it's still fine. I feel the side of Team Yama Esports, they still have to win out this game, the next one. So we'll see about that. But ladies and gentlemen, I have a small announcement to make. That is, the next game, that is between Team Daku Sena versus Team SATUL, will be postponed due to one of the players from the side of Team Daku Sena having an extremely last moment medical emergency. This was very unexpected from us, and this is very, I would say, something we could not actually fathom, because sometimes very unfortunate incidents happens, like someone passing away, and that actually happened. While we understand the gravity of the tournament as well, but we cannot actually take an eye away from situations like this. So we are just trying to make a little bit of accommodation here, just to provide some space for the player to have time, because it's happened very recently and there's nothing much that we can do rather than just accept things how it is. So we'll see for that next game how it will be played out, but so far it is fine. I think this game is still not over. Toby, I feel it's not actually Toby, it's actually Executor completely dominating out there. So pretty much, and you know what, Culprit, I feel one thing we did not point out enough was how good Peekaboo was onto that Zushin. Like, so much utility from that pick, right? Executor was able to get those skills freely because of Peekaboo.
Yes, sir. The perfect wingman, I'd say. Like the way she was, picking up those enemy heroes and throwing up in front of Executor to land the final blows. That was quite insane.
Indeed, man, it was quite vital for them as well. So we'll see how it will be going on as well. So for now, we'll just go for a short break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in a jiffy. Don't worry, we'll have some new faces as well. But for now, thank you, Culprit, for being a part of this. As we'll go for a short break, we'll see how things goes on for both these teams, as a decision is yet to be made for who is winning out this series. So do stay tuned, do be around, as we will be back really soon, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Mythic Showdown Season 2 powered by War Drum Games. We are right now here for the game number 3 between Team Crux Requiem versus Yama Esports. A round robin stage, day number 8 is kicking in right now. And with this, the third game will be a little bit special game for these two teams because these two teams are the last hope for the round robin stage. I mean, it's already, you can say, Noctura and Daku Sena cannot qualify for the playoffs, but these two teams, Crux Requiem and Yama Esports, still have that hope to get qualified for the playoffs because Crux Requiem, they're right now having their 6 points, and with this winning the previous match, they will be bagging up that 7th point as well. If they will be winning this match, they're going for the 8th point, and after this, another match they need to play, and in that match, if they will win with a 2-0 fashion, which is in the next, obviously in the next match, if they will win in the 2-0 fashion, they might gonna go for the playoffs. They might gonna knock out Team Godlike from the War Drum Games Mythic Showdown Season 2. This is what the catch is. And if we're talking about Yama Esports qualification, guys, they have 3 matches to play. And this was the first match they're playing right now. And with this match, they are winning with a 2-0 fashion for the next 3 matches. They are directly qualifying for the Mythic Showdown Season 2 playoffs. But if they are losing any of the matches, or like in a 2-0 fashion, or even in a 2-1 fashion, then their qualification for the playoffs is kind of hard. So this is what the calculator it is in the Mythic Showdown Season 2 right now for the playoff selection. But let's not talk about it. Let's talk about the draft section. It's me, your boy STZ. Sorry for the late join. And with me, my brother Shinryu will be again here for the third game. So Shinryu, what do you think? Like Crux, if they're winning this game, the hope for the playoffs are still on. If they're losing out this game, they will be ending up with the 9 points, even if they're winning out the 2-0 game into the next one. So what do you feel like? This game is so important for Crux Requiem as well as for Yama Esports. So this is like not a tiebreaker, not a third game decider for the BO3. It's a decider for the playoff selection. It's a decider for the Godlike to actually get the playoff slot.
Yeah. Ash, I'm again here with you, casting at Mythic Showdown. I'm just kidding. But hey, it feels good to actually not be the one only talking. So Ash, thank you for coming back here. But like you mentioned, so many questions. Actually, let me see which one I have to answer first. Yeah, I'm back with you. The point table is still unstable. For Crux, it is an important point. For them to win, yes, it is, because they need to qualify for the LAN as well. I think the dreams for a few of the teams who have almost thought that their chance were over is finally back. And I think both these teams have a very good chance in that. So both of them would try to, get a very clean victory out here, but the draft is kind of different. I think Yama Esports are on to the first pick and Crux is on to the second pick, so that kind of would make sense here because you can see the player's face, right? And once again, Yama Esports will be going for the Isan Shin this time around, so I do like that, but they have even the Thamus for the EXP lane. Toby onto the Grandeur. I like this one a lot better than the Harith, I would say, because not only they're going for this hero that will be a denial to... Whoa. Let me finish, Lomsanga. What is the rush to pick up the Fanny this quick? Let me finish. But still, the Claude versus the Grandeur, I think the Claude can get the upper hand if he gets the itemization done, but the Grandeur can get the stack as well. We saw in the last game the Grandeur having 80 stack, completely decimating the lineup, but the Fanny though completely changes the entire picture that we're looking at for this game here, Ash.
Of course. And like Shinryu, with this Fanny, their composition kind of strong at this point because they can easily goes to that backline disruption. And they do have the Jushin once again. And in the last game, what I saw, like the Jushin was a very effective pick. It got the wingman, so it might gonna change the scenario for this game as well. But this is what we are into the Land of Dawn. A little bit sooner, we will be into it. But the score is 1-1 from both these sides. Yama with 1 point, Crux with 1 point. This is the decider, not for the BO3 series only. This is the decider for the LAN, for the playoff selection. And it's not like you and me only casting this game, or there are the viewers only watching this game. it is godlike esports who are right now watching this game as well, because their verge of elimination, their verge of qualification is kind of tilting towards this game only.
Indeed, I feel for Godlike, they're having their bets on towards Yama Esports for them to win, and not for Crux Requiem for sure. Because I think for Crux Requiem it might be too much. I think if Crux Requiem qualify and even EVT wins their games, I think Godlike will have a definite out ticket of the tournament. So they would not want that. They would want for Yama Esports to win. So I hope Yama Esports can deliver here because they have won the first game, although they lost the second. Now they have the third chance in this last game of this match, and they better show up that they can actually win it out because even for them they can have a good chance into qualifying for the LAN.
Of
So
course.
what's the harm? What's the harm, right? But again, we are
Yeah.
walking into the game, right? Here, Ash.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of Dawn. It is Crux Requiem going against Yama Esports for the third time in this BO3 series. And the score is 1-1. It's a tiebreaker series, and you can see that the jungles are taking up their aggro. And with this, you can say, like, they might be going for the defensive play, not for that early game aggression, or you can say, like, early game skirmishes, because this game is so important for them. They don't want to lose out the goal from the very beginning and giving out the spike to the opponent's side. Both the teams will approach the same thing, and with this, the zone coming in, there is a proper rotation onto the bot side. That is the EXP lane rotation coming in. With this, the lethal lantern will be accumulated by the side of Team Yama Esports. We can talk about the emblem setup at this moment, where we can see that the Claude is really having that bargain hunter into his hand. That's gonna give a lot of like
Early goal, right? Well, not an early goal, but the early itemization for sure. So in a way, I think that will actually help this Claude to farm a lot quicker because he's against a Granger who scales pretty early on. If he just basically needs 2 items and then he's viable into the game for the Granger. But still, obviously, he is trying to keep his distance while also providing the vision, which is very important because if he gives free kills, then that will be a problem. And then there is Zushin who can punish anyone who's actually overextending, and with a Fanny who's already level 4, I think the pressure will be a lot more. But look at the rotation that is towards bot lane. Lomsang is trying to secure the jungle crabs out there. The gold, this is the EXP crab, right? So not getting the gold so far, but more XP, but more stacks onto the retribution will be very important. But look at the mid lane. Oh, Ari
on structure. Okay,
down
first
as
block
well.
comes up. Ari falls down. And it's easy finds to kill there. Roma taking out another Roma. But now the Rhapsody coming in is the start for the first turtle. And with this, you're gonna see that Dark
Oi.
coming in there, joining the
Aye.
team fight. A lot of being used
Wait,
from
what?
the Brain Mind Custom as well. But look at the slowdown coming out by Dark here. Find out the kill there. Lomsanga goes in, finds the turtle, comes back as well.
Wow.
Kill into the
What a
hand, but the
steal.
turtle goes to the side of Crux Requiem at this
What a
Okay, look
steal,
at
man.
that
Like,
turtle.
very good. But AOG? Oh, with Flicker.
Toby with the Rhapsody there, chasing down and will be taking out the kill onto Executor Zay. And with this, the glorious pathway popped up. The Jushin comes in for the zone, but it will not gonna giving out any casualties for the side of Crux at this moment. But the score will be going higher and higher from the side of Yama Esports at this moment, 3-0. And the Roamer, EXP laner, and the goal laner got one into their hand, each of them.
Yeah, I think those extra goals will definitely help Team Yama Esports to farm much quicker because just 3 minutes into the game and 1.5 kill lead, very good for the side of Team Yama Esports. Especially for Toby, he needs to secure the skills because not only that he gets stacks, but if he gets early gold, then he can lock on his items much quicker. Last game we saw the same thing happening with Executor, that he got the kills, he got the stacks, 80 stacks to be total, and did not even get taken down once. So that was the game changing point. And this time, Toby will be prioritizing the Sky Piercer early on. So meaning that he's trying to stack up the skills. But the first blood that he got, or not the first blood, not the first blood, but the first kill that he got did not register as a stack for the Sky Piercer. So he needs to get more to let his Sky Piercer being online. But while he's really being careful around the map, trying to provide the constant vision for their jungler as well as the side laners to farm pretty quickly or pretty safely. But again, we are going in for a short pause here, or maybe just kind of issues that the players are facing here, Ash. But so far, looking at the game, like, do you think Yama Esports can this snowball from this point on? Because they have the lead, slight lead though, but the Fanny can put the kill pressure really soon.
Onto the gold side and the EXP, you can say like Team Crux Requiem is having a scaling draft for them. They need that late game to come up. But as you mentioned about the early phase, obviously this is Yama Esports with the micro lead into their hand. And if this things goes on and on, then they might gonna grab up those macro as well because of the goal lead and because of the level gap coming in soon if they will be securing those kills. But Toby's rotation onto that mid lane section was so high, so fast, so clear, and he grabbed up the kill onto execute his day as well. So this is the thing. I mean, against a Claude into the early phase, it is the Granger obviously having the upper hand. Turtle Dance started right now from the side of Yama Esports. You're gonna see Lamsanga coming in with the steel cable.
Goes into the background,
targeting out Class TZ, but will be taken out as well by Irish TZ there. It will be the TZ brothers helping out themselves, and the Lantern Flare comes up, but doesn't matter. 4-0 with the turtle into the hand. I told you, with the macro setup, it might be the macro coming out for them as well. And there you go. It is Yama Esports all the way there.
Like, what a clutch Mountain Shocker, right? The Dauntless Fleet connecting and stunning out Longsangha was so on point, and the damage getting through, shredding him down or bursting him down, like, really beautiful to watch. And now Toby picks up the Hunter Strike. Did not even prioritize the boot, just going for pure damage at this point. Really good to look at because he's farming pretty safely in the early game, and this is like the lead will kind of translate. So it's like the more farming gets, the better for him. And he even got an assist from the previous team fight, so some extra gold. Executor is not too far away. He's just 500 behind, so maybe few double laning could help him cover up that gold. But still, this EXP matchup, Dark versus 27, we're not gonna get a confirmed winner, my bad on that, but a confirmed winner for this matchup. But for the top lane, I think Toby can dominate the early game, and the way Yama Esports are enabling him is really good because the more kills he gets, the better. And now he takes on the turret, he can rotate much more freely around the map.
Yeah, but even for Executor's Day as well, he can rotate out there. Second skills comes up, stunning there. After him popping over there with the follow-up coming in with beautifully being done by Dark as well. It will be Violet securing the kill onto 27. Rhapsody comes up, Harry falls down, 2-man down from the side of team Crux Requiem, and with this, she was about to invade out that blue buff from the hand of Fanny.
Yeah.
And there you go. Oh, it was just a reflex though. I mean, he was trying to go for that re-engage, but there you go. The cloud will be used. Doesn't matter. You cannot reach. You cannot defend out the tier 1 into the mid, and tier 1 into the bot will be falling down as well. All those tier 1s taken down. The exposure onto the first level of map for the side of Yama Esports at this moment. And with this, another kill being secured onto Executor's A. Oh my goodness, it will be RA. Trapping down there by 3 members of Yama Esports, showing their dominance at this moment. It is an utter shock for Ari at that point. I mean, he thought like, follow-up coming out from his team. Re-engage or some kind of thing, but couldn't reach there.
Problem was Peekaboo was too low on HP, right? The AOG was to zone him out, but at the right point where both of them got cut off, and then the pick-off came through. So with the roamer being taken down, they find the turtle. So now Yama Esports, they have a very good lead, 5,000 in. Look at the items as well. Toby, 2 items in, waiting for the third one. Most likely the Malefic Roar here. So a bit of penetration for Clutch TZ. He's not getting the kills, but the assist has given him enough farm. And he's waiting to, I think he's going for the Hunter Strike as well. He already has the War Axe, so just a bit more items. For Wile, he has the glowing one. So enough, burn damage, enough scorch damage for, take down the high HP heroes. For Fanny, 2 behind, but again, skirmish. Oh, whoa.
Okay, what? The Crimson Bacon with the AOG following up there from the side of Yama. Sliver sorry there, Toby with the mega kill. What a wave. This man is literally channeling out. My goodness, that's Sonata. Bullseye. And with the bullseye, he finds the kill onto Pico.
Wait.
Comes up, doesn't matter. Toby still standing. Shutdown happened onto him. What a beautiful setup being done by Lamsanga. Goes in there, finds the kill, but the redemption will be taken on to the 27. It is Yama Esports right now, taking out 11 kills for their side, with giving out only 1, and it is Toby falling down into the hand of Lamsanga. I mean, he does got those bounty onto the head of Toby, but doesn't matter.
But
Like you're
mhm.
setting up the micro score for your side. You're reigning with that micro lead, and now
Just
like
you know,
you
you know
might
what,
gonna
Ash?
yeah.
The damage has been done. The damage has already been done, right, by
Of course.
Toby. All the second tiers, except for the mid one, has fallen. The map has been opened up a lot. Toby already has 3 items, and yes, they got a kill, but that's the first blood from the side of Team Crux Requiem, let's just say. So it's not enough shutdown. Now lot taken by Clutch TZ. Crux Requiem they cannot contest because the fan is too behind. Just got 1 kill, cannot go for a snowball from here on. The only way that Crux Requiem can use this fanny would be for the split pushing, but is it really worth it to go for the split push at this point when you do not have the lot to your side? If we talk about the items, BOD is now being built, or not the BOD, is the actually is the Sea Halberd being built by Toby. So more damage incoming, even for the tanky member, high HP members, is going to be a problem. Retribution being used by Lom Sangha to secure his purple, so he finds the purple, so still viable. But what about the Lord? The holy defenses are still up. It's not 12 minutes of the game. The second tier on the middle lane should fall right now. And I think the holy defense will be propped before the Lord comes in. So could be a good sign, but not from the top side though. It's just from the bot and the mid lane. And I feel the Lord should get cleared. But mid lane though, oi!
Top has been taken down already, and with this, the mid inhibitor will be taken down as well. And there is the Death Soul attack. Bullseye once again. Peekaboo falls down into the hand of Toby. Like this man, whenever he picks out that MM into the goal, he is an invincible warrior. He's a destructive lone warrior there. And this is now him who is channeling out this game, being the X Factor for the Saradama for the Mountain Trucker release. It will be 27 falling down, killing spree for Dark. They're going straight away into the base. Piercing out right there. It is Toby with the double immortality popped up. The Lord and the base. It will be locking down there, and it will be a win for Yama Esports 2-1. And the hope for Crux Requiem to get selected into the playoffs will be off for now. They cannot reach to the playoffs. It is over at this moment. They can only go for that tie-breaking moment against a godlike. But they need to seal out the deal with a 2-0 fashion win. Otherwise, it's over for them, man. Yama Esports not just win this game, but literally give that red sign onto the face of Crux Requiem's playoff selection, my boy.
No more green signals for the side of Team Crux Requiem as of now. I would say Yama Esports definitely got the the 6th gear at the end. I would say to just finish up this game, and finally they won a dominating game this time around. But Abyss TZ, man, finally he got the MVP after a very long time. I've not seen this man in the face of the player of the match, honestly, Ash. So really W got it Kacha in this game. 93% kill participation, 60,000 damage taken. So really did the frontliner's job, made the life of the rest of the members a lot easier. And for Crux Requiem, they could just secure 2 kills, 15 for 2. And I think Yama Esports definitely won out in the department of damage output for this one, because all of the members were pretty farmed. And for Crux Requiem, they were really behind. The Fanny did not work the way they wanted. The Zuxian was getting marked as well. But more importantly, Doom was getting marked in this game a lot more than the rest of the members, because the Glorious Pathway, after it being used, the Hylos is kind of less mobile and is just there for the damage soaking. And when you overload him with the damage, after a point, his HP has to drop down to 0. And that's what happened a lot of the time. And even for 27, he was getting the sets here, Ash, but some way or the other, it was not enough for the side of Crux Requiem to actually out-damage Team Yama Esports.
Of course, I mean, like, I'm not biased for Yama, but I'm gonna tell this thing. I mean, your lineup is getting distorted before the Mythic Showdown open qualifiers. Then somehow you manage to pick it up, somehow you manage to give out a new lineup comes in, and then you tried your best. I mean, the last time I saw the Yama Esports lineup in NCC, it was so fine. They managed to defeat somehow a game against Lafukabi, secured the spot for the top 4, and now we all thought like Yama might gonna go for the playoffs in the Mythic Showdown Season 2, because they somehow managed to do that in the Hornbill, but due to some problem in their lineup, they just couldn't attend the Hornbill LAN. But that is the thing. I mean, now coming back with a new lineup and setting this example, taking out Crux Requiem, who managed to defeat Sacred Shine with a 2-0 fashion. So this is what you are known for. I mean, Shinryu, a little bit more time to this lineup, they might gonna shine in some other tournaments, I believe. Because, I mean, you're
Too
giving
early,
out
right?
some, yeah, too early. I mean, you're giving out some less time, and they're proving this much. I mean, all of them, like. So I'm going to tell you one straight thing. Okay,
Mhm.
whenever
Go on, man.
this fighter meta will goes off, you're gonna see Toby, Kyle, Aaron, this guy's coming back into the scene again. So guys, beware of
Can't
this
forget
thing.
about Executor too. Executor did a very good job, but it's
Of
just
course.
this game he could not do too much. I think even for Executor, he's more onto the marksman meta rather than the fighter meta. So in a way that it also does not work too well for him. But I kind of double down onto the point that the potential for Yama Esports are endless, provided that they stick together and focus on this lineup a lot more, right? Toby, he's very young. Not very, but he's quite young, and he's already proving that he is one of, if not the best, but one of the best in India right now, into the gold lane, right? Wile, this man, he is like, I have not ever heard him speak, but so far, I mean, I've not talked to him so far, but so he does not speak so much, but he does the work, right? He does the work. He's like one of the silent carries. But the wingman this time, Abyss TC. But I think for Doom, like I mentioned, he was overloaded with the damage to the point his HP bar was taken down to absolute zero. And it was a bad game because the cutoff or the way Team Yama Esports could burn down the HP and also cut off the team fight positioning was just too much.
Yeah, the early game into the hand of Yama literally make them happy for the win, because now Yama Esports, they're still in the way for the qualification. They're still in that road to the ticket for the playoffs. That is what's going to happen in Guwahati, Rukmini Nagar on the dates 17, 18 and 19. Of course, guys, do attend the LAN if you have time. If you are near Guwahati, if you
have time, you must come. There is no if you have time. There's no request. You guys must come to the Rukmini Nagar Gawa Auditorium. 16th, not is the date, but you can book your tickets from 16th. But the tournament will happen on 17th, 18th, and 19th. Better book down your tickets, man, before before it gets sold out, because I think this might be one of the biggest tournament India has seen so far at the end of the year, and Christmas is right around the corner. There's so many other things happening, and Ash is just sneezing right now because he might be catching strays or cold out here. So I hope you guys do not catch cold, and before you're healthy, just like myself, not like Ash, you guys should just come and visit this LAN event. Mark the dates on your calendar. You know the place as well. And just be there, present there, man. But for now, Yama Esports will be taking the W for this one, and Crux Requiem, their dream for qualifying into LAN has to still be on halt, man. They are not there yet. But the next game, which we have already mentioned, Ash, Daku Sena versus Residual, will be have to not be continued. But I think you have something to say. Please go on.
No, I have nothing to say about it. I was just saying,
Shut up.
Yama Esports today, Yama Esports doesn't have only the fans from Yama. They're like, they were getting supported by the whole godlike fans as well. This godlike was there for them. I mean, obviously that support was needed for Yama Esports. But what? Sometimes you do some things for yourself as well. This match was for godlike, but after this, the next two matches will be for Yama. They might gonna go for the 2-0 fashion. They might gonna get their chance into the playoffs. Why they will carry someone else? Why not themselves? So who knows what will be happening, Shinryu? What are you gonna say about the next match? Because I heard some bad news in the group chat.
Yeah, man.
Because I was about to start that game in Hindi. So can you please tell me what happened? Why we're not going for the second game? Why are we going for the third game directly?
I already have mentioned it once, but I'll do it again. Unfortunately, there has been some unforeseen circumstances which will not let one of the members from team Daku Sena to play, because there's a passing of one of the close family member. So it's time that in such times it's very difficult to actually be in the right headspace, right? And we do not want to put the players to such an intense situation that they're facing and play the game, which is like secondary. Of course, life comes first, then the game, right, and then everything else in your life. So I think considering everything, we have to just postpone the game to a later date, which will be again informed. But for now, that game will be on hold. It will be a game postponed. But I hope the God as well as every one of us pray for the side of who is Peter, his family member, as they have passed away. They need our prayers, guys. They need our well wishes. So with that away, I hope that it's very understandable situation, guys. So there's nothing that we can do. Life and death is something out of our hands, out of anyone's hand. Maybe in the doctor's hand, but not always. So we'll see. And for now, we have to just let that be. For the third game, it will happen. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. Just stay tuned for that. We'll be updating more about the timing and everything. But for now, Ash, I think we have to just bid a goodbye with a happy face. So we'll be back soon again, ladies and gentlemen. Do stay around. Do be available for the last game because it's more action-packed games. I think it's Crux Requiem versus Noctura, right? Or isn't it?
Yep.
Or is it something else?
Yep.
Yeah. So again, Crux Requiem will be coming. So do stay tuned for that match, and we'll be updating when the games will start. So see you in a jiffy. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for watching, and see you soon.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Mythic Showdown Season 2, powered by, obviously, War Drum, and hey, we are back for another exciting match. Look, it's going to be CRQ, Crux, Requiem, and Vizta Esports. This is going to be a very important match for CRQ, obviously, and, well, Vizta also, but let's just have this whole ordeal play itself out in the Land of Dawn today. Today, though, on the caster desk, it's going to be me, Crucifix, and joining me is none other than the most energetic caster that I've known, Debbie.
Oh man, I mean, I don't know about the energy though, but this is gonna be one energetic match because this time around CRQ, they are in need of a clean sweep to try to beat out the odds into the point system. But NLC as well, they have been out around, they have been to the top 7 for a long time, so maybe this can be a change of a reputation if they are able to find wins out here. But you know what, Crux, these two teams are very, very good on the way they are able to play, but they're going to be playing to the Bengal server, so I'm pretty sure, you know, we might see a little bit of assassin here and there because CRQ, yeah, they love playing the assassins. Lamsanga always going to be comfortable onto the assassins, as well as the Moon, who's a little bit versatile because, of course, he can play the Hayada and Noel, but he also plays some heroes like the Lucas, like those heroes like Fredrin, and of course the Basha as well. So that is the little bit of a taste that they're going to be seeing from both of these two teams. So a lot of versatility into the jungle side now that we have mentioned it, but you know, everywhere is also very good for all of the lanes here right now. But important things first, we are gonna be it's important if CRQ is able to get the clean sweep, because NOC also, they are gonna try to add to their points, so it's gonna be brewing into the Land of Dawn this game.
We agree with you, and now that you mentioned the fact that it's in the Bengal server, I have high hopes for every single retribution that's going to be played out today, because obviously if a clutch steal happens, I'm going to howl.
Hey, let's go. It's gonna be a very good server, man. It doesn't really matter, right? This is one place you're gonna be able to perform so well onto that too, and that's gonna be comfort for both of the teams. So I think we're gonna see how they will be able to perform out into this drafting phase as well, because we have talked about the jungle, and I kind of want to mention that both of the the roamers here are top notch. I would say Doom, Kimmy. I don't know if Kimmy's gonna be there, because most of the time Duba is usually there, but I would like if Kimmy plays, because that will be a good showdown. Both of the players are so good in reading out the opponents most of the time. I think I would give it to Doom, because he spends his days reading out his opponents, and that is a very, very good thing to do, because you want to break down how the weaknesses are going to be coming through, and as a roamer, you want to go to short calls.
Hey, I mean, his name is Doom. he's going to spell doom for every single one who actually comes across his way. But again, one thing that I want to mention is the fact that, we always end up, underestimating the roamers. These guys are the ones giving the information, setting up for a good team fight, maybe even positioning themselves between the enemies, keeping their team safe, making sure their backline is kept under wraps before they actually get to the backline, they get to the roamer first. These guys deserve the spotlight in most situations, but sadly, not everyone actually gives that spotlight to them. I'm talking about G players. Respect and also admire your roaming partners because they are definitely worth deserving all of this respect. Again, back to the drafting. We've got the first drafting phase coming up, first banning phase coming up. We've got this huge, a few heroes that we actually already know are pretty strong. We've got Kadita getting banned out because she has this one burst potential without any, she does require skill, but she does not require, that much of mindset control because she can actually just pop out of nowhere and destroy maybe even tanky opponents in a matter of seconds with that rough waves. Hayabusa, no doubt about that, a danger to the backline. Hilda, a hero that's been recently buffed and completely shredding through the competition in the roaming department right now. Dude, I don't want to deal with that, Hilda.
Exactly, and I think CRQ have found a very, very good wins against Godlike also, a very good team, that is, with the Hilda, just because of the pick of the Hilda. And I think this is also the reason why you have to ban out CRQ's Hilda too. The Hayabusa has to go. And one thing that is always have to go for the side of CRQ, it's gonna be the Kadita. You want to ban out the Kadita for Mr. Peekaboo Predator because this guy always do something out of that fish. But we talked about how much of a versatility jungler Saramon is, because look at that, the bans coming through from CRQ. It is gonna be the Ferdinand, the Basha. Of course, you gotta remove out this jungle here so that you'll be able to have a good setup. And I think this is very understandable right now. So NOC though, I think the Herald is more of a target ban because you don't usually ban out the Herald into the early stages or try to counter it. But I think CRQ just don't want Executor to have a bad time into the lane. First pick though, Gatot, a very favorable hero for Kimi right now.
Hey, I'm going to be honest with you. Kimi on the Gacha is going to cause a lot of havoc. He's going to disrupt a lot of team fights. And the AOG is something that you got to look out for if you're playing against a good Gacha player. That Kimi is going to be a big problem, especially with that Gacha again. But one thing that I want to mention is the fact that CRQ got themselves the Lancelot onto their side. They've got that hero that can actually go split through the competition, and make sure a lot of damage is being dealt while escaping. I mean, in a matter of seconds, like a bar of soap, dude. This is absolutely crazy how Lancelot is so slippery, but also still viable. Again, Labu, a huge EXP threat, getting picked onto the side of Team CRQ is going to seal the deal.
Yep, I love this Granger, man. Because honestly speaking, most of the time you don't want to go for the Granger when you already see the Lancelot. But I think it's more of a, them trying to give Kyle his comfort. Because if you see the gameplay commentary from NOC, they usually go for a carry onto the gold lane side rather than the jungle or the mid. They're prioritizing. But hey, CRQ directly going for the first time when they already see the Granger, a direct attack. But it's still gonna be a little bit, tricky here because the Gator is already there. We can always jump into the back lines onto the first side, by the way. But now CRQ, they have to ban away the hero. What could it be? Selena ban, a respect ban for Faden. I think the only time, NOC have a good game is when they get the Selena into the hands of Faden too. So that is a very good ban. But for NOC right now, they should pick away the heroes already. For Doom, the Grog gone. So CRQ here, what can they remove again? Another mage? Possibly?
I believe that the Selena might actually just be enough. I think Faden actually will have a easier time playing Heave most probably because Heave is something that Faden is known to be using very well. Actually, he can actually just disposition most teammates from each other and make sure that the team fight is actually split apart before it even starts. And I think Faden actually knows how he's using it to the fullest. Again, though, we got another mage, like you just predicted, Debbie. We've got the Zushin, however. Array, I'm so sorry to say this, but Zushin is banned.
Zushin is gone, and so is Crux, but he's back. But hey, I think the CC ban is more of them targeting onto Executor. I mean, CZ is handleable, I would say, into the lane because of the grandeur. But hey, look at that. So what do we see here? It's gonna be CRQ's special 27 onto the Uranus. So this is gonna be a Lapu Lapu gold lane. Now it's gonna be a very, very different kind of draft coming through from the side of NOC. They need to pick out the mates right now. The Yves is a very good option, but against the Forza, a Lapu Lapu and a Lancelot. It's gonna be very tricky. So it can either be the Yves or the Valentina. Okay, he went for the Yves. So Faden, oh man, he's gonna be on the run. He's gonna be on the run.
Hey, that I saw it coming a mile away, and I'm gonna be honest with you. This Selena is
Wow.
a very valid ban against the Farsa. Obviously, the long shot stun is just gonna ruin any feather airstrike on any good day. But look at that, we've got the CU getting picked onto the jungle from the side of Team NOC. No surprise here. I believe that after the fighter emblem got buffed, I believe that he will be able to actually do something with that basic attacks of his. But
Wow.
because obviously he's got a lot of improvements into his kit. He's got a lot of cooldown reduction. But hey, skipping that, we've got the Kalea getting picked onto the side of Team CRQ. I don't understand why, but I believe it's mainly to pick off maybe the Granger, but that Granger is probably going to go with a Purify. We've got the Suyu as an option who will be stunned in place so that Lancelot could probably take the objectives easier. But again, I believe that it's mostly to take down the backline squishies, but if they take the Purify, it's going to be very hard for them to actually, get a good set with that Kalea.
I did not expect the Kalea actually for Doom. I feel like he would mainly go for a little bit of a setup because there is a Farsa already. You want to protect out the Farsa and try to go for that setup. And I think the Hylos was a good option here too. But Array, we talked about Array. He's a good pick-off user. It's rare to say that the pick-off heroes are appearing here right now. The Kalea is only the viable option, to be honest too. And Kimi onto the Gatot. He picked out a Kalea onto a Gatot, and that is already a big thing. But now Kyle, though, he did not want to go for the Purify, because if he does go for the Purify, he's gonna be a sitting duck for Lomsanga, and of course Peekaboo as well. So that is gonna be a choice that he should be given. It's either gonna be a Purify or the Flicker, and he's more scared of Lomsanga than Doom. So that might eventually be a good strategy that's coming through from the side of CRQ. But then honestly speaking, yeah, man, Gatot plus Eve combination, this is a big one. And of course, Haruka, very consistent onto the Eve. So I think he'll be able to perform well with this hero too. So he might eventually have a good winning lane.
But one thing that I want to actually mention is the fact that every single one of them, except for Gata Kasha and also the junglers, obviously, have taken up the flicker for some reason. I think there's going to be a lot of flashes on the screen because obviously they're just going to be jumping around here or there, no matter what the situation is. Hey, here's a flicker. Hey, here's mine. Here's mine. Let me do you one better. Here's mine. And literally, everyone's just going to keep flickering away from each other, and not a single good spell will be landed. However, I wish I could see some good shots from maybe the Kalea or maybe the, I don't know, man. We have to wait and see, because right now we're in the land of Dodd for the Mythic Showdown Season 2. It's between Team Noctura Esports on the blue side versus Crux Requiem on the red side. Now, as the game unfolds, what do you think, Debbie? How is the game going to change? Who's going to have the more favorable advantage of the early game?
On the mid side, I would say the far side would be able to have a good rotation because of the clearance that he have. But then again, both of them have the Wilderness Blessing onto the emblem, so that is a very, very great movement speed too. But the first side will be able to have the better time. But at least the Wanderer secured by Lomsanga here. This is going to be the good gain to the start for the mid lane for the side of CRQ though. A lot of tankiness coming through from both of the tanks here. A little bit of cooldown for Doom right now. But hey, it's all going to be a full tankiness coming through from Haruka onto the Elise, which also ensures that he will be able to win out into the lane against 27, because surprising enough, it's not a Lapu Lapu gold lane, it is a Uranus gold lane.
I mean, Executor on the Uranus. Right now, I believe that Uranus does have his own caveats. He has his own problems. However, he's got that advantage of having the regeneration. He's a purebred sandbag. He's got all of that in his kit. However, he lacks crowd control. He lacks any kind of absolute sustained damage, unless of course he's got the radiance going on for him. If he's got the stacks, then he's probably going to do a lot of damage. Other than that, he's practically just underwhelming at best, especially in the early game. However, during the later
But hey,
game, once he gets a few items that he really needs, keep up with all the damage that Team NOC will be dealing out. I believe that's the best case scenario for them.
yep. And I think this can also be a good start turtle.
Oh, the turtle
okay,
being secured by Sarar Moon. We've got the feather airstrike from the Farsa, but we've also got Faded getting taken now. That was off camera, by the way, but look at that. We've got Lancelot trying to run away with his life. He's got the punctures on time and in place. He's got it all. He's got an escape route. He takes it. He's out of the picture.
Oh my god, that was actually a good maneuver coming through from the side of CRQ here, able to get 1 kill already onto Fate, and he still have the flicker on, so that's definitely okay for the next turtle fight. But right now, I think the gain is definitely onto the side of CRQ right now, because the rotation-wise, if we talked about it, it's gonna be into the hands of Lomsanga. Level ranking though, Haruka just taken over by Lomsanga because of the farms that he have, will be able to have a good time into the lane against 27, who is obviously onto the Lapu Lapu right now, because every lane that we have seen so far has become a dead lane, and that means that these fights that's going to be happening, it will be mostly focused onto the mid lane side when Haruka is able to rotate first, or even 27 too. But right now, Executor is into the mid side trying to get a little bit of a region though.
Oh man, that's beautiful. Oh, look at that AOG though.
Oh.
That Kalea Tsunami Slam with a feather airstrike on the background. We've got Peekaboo
Wow.
getting the kill on Gibby. We've got more damage, but look at that. We've got the ultimate RWM from the Kyiv. Faden absolutely stunning the enemies out of the picture. We've got Lem Somwa. That's stunning Lancelot. Lancelot, he's... okay, I messed that name up so bad. I apologize, guys.
He wouldn't mind though, because he's just, he's used to it. He's used to it actually. But Executed though, he is definitely gonna be okay. Lomsanga, I think it's hard to pronounce actually. We just say the Lancelot, but it's okay. Sky Piercer, first item for Kyle. That is going to be the Granger, and he is definitely going to be able to have the stacks, because till this time around he's still not dead. The second turtle though, Lomsanga, is onto the duty, can be around the vicinity trying to get a stun though. He's going to be dodged out. Look at that.
Oh man, that beautiful, beautiful Unbreakable. He stunned Lancelot, but look at that. Lomsanga will be able to secure the kill on Sarar Moon while getting the turtle too. Feather airstrike to actually give the artillery fire from the back line. We've got Lancelot low on HP. Lomsanga absolutely getting caught off by that Unbreakable. He's gonna get taunted. He's gonna get taken out, giving Kyle a free Sky Piercer stack. We've got Lapu Lapu now. I think he's gonna actually try to do something, but he will be forced to go back because Executor's low on HP. But he does not have an opportunity to go back. Kyle is now going to get 2 stacks on the Sky Piercer. He's going to be forced to go and clear the top side now, because obviously this guy is on a roll. He does not want to lose up on the farm that he's supposed to be getting on the top side.
Okay, that's going to be another ton. Okay, Executor is going to be definitely okay. That's a Uranus we're talking about.
As the cookie crumbles, Debbie, I feel like this side of Team Noctura Esports have gotten the early game advantage, rolling it on for them. I think Kyle, right now, with the 2 Sky Piercer stacks, especially the 2 kills that he's gotten, he will have the advantage. Look at that though. The taunt does not lead to anything, but then again, Executor has a lot of regeneration. He will be able to regenerate all the HP that he's been losing up in that little team fight, little skirmish that happened just now. And there we go. We've got the damage taken up until now. We've got 46,000 damage taken by Executor, who is absolutely tanky. He is a sandbag through and through in the early game and in the late game. I think he's living up to the name. But again, we've got something that I'm actually kind of surprised with. Lapu Lapu has taken a lot of damage too. Damn. But again, I think all's well that ends well. The first turtle actually just led to nothing. We've got the second turtle rolling up. We've got Lancelot who is looking in, but look at the top side. We've got Executor being forced to use the flicker to escape from 3 people. And now all the 3 people are on the top side. And turtle will be easy for Lancelot to be taken. But again, the rotation is going to be fast, especially with the tides that are rolling in from the top side to the bottom side of the map. And now everyone from the side of Team Noctura Esports are there in the bot side to take the turtle, have a bit of turtle soup. But look at the tsunami slam we've got right now. Faden trying to run away for his life, but Sarar Moon in the middle of the chaos. He's able to actually secure the turtle. And look, Sarar Moon gets the kill on Are. The feathered airstrike giving artillery fire allows Lancelot to get the kill on Kimmy. And now they're going to go for more. I think Sarar Moon's stun is going to lock him down in place for a few seconds, but it's not going to be enough time for Lancelot to be taken out. Look at that, 3 roses. The Thorned Rose is going to keep him alive against Kyle's barrage of attacks.
Yep, that was a fast movements coming through from both of the teams here right now, but I feel like there has to be something that CRQ can do to take back the lead that they have already accumulated right there. But looking at the build so far, it's going to be the Cursed Helmet coming through from Haruka into the first pass, and that is going to be another sustain that he's going to be looking for. And of course, you want to want that, but mid lane, the array, I think is going to be joined away by Kimi here, because of course the Gatot is much more tankier than the Kalea when she doesn't really have that passive too. But onto the other hand, Faden onto the top bit, he's trying to get all of those movement speed, and a little bit of a tanky Yiv is an unkillable Yiv as well, so that is definitely something you want to do here right now. With Dominance Eyes for the side of Array, he wants to have that hybrid movement, but hey, Array,
And now a team fight that's actually just occurred,
Okay.
but no, I don't think it's going to lead to anything super important. Look at that, Kimmy's prioritized himself. The Athena shield, dude. Do you understand why the Kimmy actually just went for the Athena shield? Because I only see Farsa as a big threat in terms of magic damage. I don't believe that Gaza Catcher really needs to get himself the Athena shield. Just the first item, I think the Sage, I think that's enough to actually counteract most of the damage that Farsa is dealing. But I see that he took that as a first item. I don't understand the thought process.
I think it mostly has to do with the fact that Gatot is weaker with the magic damages rather than the physical damage. And I think the first eye is a very, very bursty hero. So that is something you want to have a defense again. But right now, the Lord is actually going to be out here. Oracle secured for Haruka. Another tankiness is going to be absorbing everything that he's going to be deeming unnecessary. So I think CRQ, if they try to go for the fight, it might eventually be a losing fight. Look at that.
We've got the Feather Airstrike taking down Kyle. Finally, Peekaboo is going to get the kill. And now Sarar Moon gets the kill onto that Kalea. But look at that. We've got Lamsunga going in, getting the kill on Faden too for that double kill. He's not stopping now. I think he's not going to stop at all. But that's only going to be 2 people to defend against the Lord Bush. And I think Sarar Moon might just be able to actually just jump in, maybe steal it. But Uranus, Executor, is trying to actually make sure there is distance between Sarar Moon and the Lord, while his team, CRQ, take the Lord, the first Lord of the match, by the way.
Oh my god, this is the power of a pick-off hero. It looked like the fights, if there happens to be a team fight, CRQ wouldn't be winning that one. But then if you are the one instigating that team fight and trying to go for that pick-off, of course you're going to be able to find that. But Peekaboo right now, able to run away. Executor will not be dying anytime soon, because funnily enough, even if he is the gold laner, he's more comfortable on the Uranus than any other utility onto that gold lane side. But now mid lane flicker bait for Peekaboo. The top lane is what they want to do here right now, because the Lord is marching down there. It will be a successful turret take for a good one for the side of CRQ here.
I don't think just the top lane is what they're actually aiming for. I think they're going for all 3 lanes, at least tier 1. Look at them. They're putting all the pressure in the mid lane, I think. But they're not able to actually find an opening. They're trying to, but they're not able to. The bot side is their only option right now. They've got the top tier 1. Now the bot lane tier 1 is probably going to be taken out. But look at that. We've got the Tsunami taking out the...
Whoa!
Look at the Faden's ultimate, the RWM. And we've got Peekaboo going in. Okay, he's going to get taken a lot of damage from Haruka. But again, Haruka is also taking a lot of damage. Oracle is not going to keep him alive, but he does. We've got Lapu Lapu taking down Faden. And now we've got more coming in. We've got Peekaboo taking down Haruka. But again, Lapu Lapu getting taken out by none other than Sarar Moon. That's going to be 2 for 1. I think that's actually a good trade.
It's actually
a good trade.
Yeah, it is because we are able to take out the XP and the mates here. That fight should have been in favor for the side of NOC because they were able to have the good footing. But then there becomes Lomsanga onto this landslide because he's always able to go in and out and trying to get a little bit of a damage into it and walk away. And that is exactly how they were able to survive to 27. Good targeting onto Faden as well because of course you don't want that rival manipulation to be coming through, and he's always going to be focusing onto that. A lot of damage built away by Saramon here onto the Suyo. Of course, he gonna have to be needing another damage here, but almost full build though. But Kyle able to give out a lot of damage because he already built out the Sea Hellbot too, and he have the stacks. Not that much of a stack, but he's still able to farm up the Executor. He's always going in and out, and he's not dead. That is gonna be a problem, a big one for NOC right there.
I definitely agree. This guy is actually farming damage right now. Look at that, 82,000. Haruka is 45,000 only, dude. This guy is almost the double of your damage. I mean, 90,000, 7,000 minus, but it's okay. Almost double. Dude, this guy is just farming damage. He does not really care about the game anymore. He's just like, hit me, punch me, kill me. He can't. Nobody can. Look at that, though. Lord is spawning in the next 5 seconds. We've got more, looking to the side of Team CRQ to get the turtle. The Lord. But again, NOC don't really have that much of a big gap between both of the teams, so they know that they can actually have an opportunity. Look at that though, in the bot side, we've got Executor. He's getting cornered by every side from every single angle. He will be forced to actually, run away, but I don't think he's actually running away. This guy's actually still full HP. No way. This guy's actually still he's just chilling there. Oh, well, look at that. Lapu Lapu was also chilling there. But Kimmy found him.
There. Everyone is chilling, and I've heard that 27 is also a chill guy, so that is definitely going to be what he want to do into the game also. But yeah, one thing I do notice is that the Malefic Roar already secured by Lomsanga here onto the Lancelot. This guy is going for a full damage. Of course, the brute force is necessary for the Lancelot, but now that means that he'll be able to dive into the backlines and get out the damage is done. And now he might be actually hunting for Kyle.
Oh no, Kyle, I think he's already had that advantage in the early game. Now he does not. He has a 2-1-2 score. He didn't really make any impact in any other single fights after that single one, but look at that. We've got the catching one. We've got the Feather Airstrike too. We've got the Phantom Execution making sure Haruka is going back to the base. We've got right now the Thorned Roses and the Puncture keeping him alive, but look at that. RWM catches him for a split second. Kyle using the Flicker. We've got Thorned Rose, but no, Kyle's still going to find his way to get the kill on Lomsanga. And now the stun on Executor. He's going to actually do a lot of damage, but hey, it's Executor. This guy's just out there farming damage. He does not really give a shit, crap about anything else. He's just like, punch me, dude, punch me. I like it.
Man, that is something that we can see right there. But the flicker, aggression coming through from Kyle just show how confident he is, because of course he's almost able to get out the full build already, and I think he's also there. And I don't think he's gonna be needing out those items defensively to try to survive all of those, because I think he have enough frontliners, and that must also have been that's War X, man. That must also have been the reason why he was flickering onto Lomsang and able to get the kill onto that as well. Another stack onto the Sky Piece 2. Full build for the Grandeur and AOZ.
Look at that, the Unbreakable. He's got the stun, but it's again Executor. This guy just wants you to punch him either way. Let's just skip it. At this point, Executor is not going to really, take any serious damage. He's not going to take any fatal damage anytime soon. But look, one thing that I want to actually just put across to you, every one of the viewers, and also to you, Debbie, it's the fact that Sakura and Sasuke are having a lover's quarrel in the land of Danteberry.
Yeah. That is why they have been teasing each other out, and Sakura is nowhere nearing Sasuke either. He just want to be playing hard to get, right? He's just been outing another heroes here out there. But hey, it's gonna be a zone coming through from Executor. Surprisingly, the goal laner too. But another slam dunk onto the mid side. Look at that Haruka though.
Oh man, bro thinks he's no Michael Jordan, but look at that. Executor taking a lot of damage, but look at that feather airstrike, making sure artillery strikes are in the back. We got Peekaboo getting taken out by Saramu, but Kyle is going to be taken out before that. We've got Array taking down Faden, and now Saramu finds a double kill on Executor. Finally, he's getting taken out, and we've finally seen it all, folks. We've got right now Lumsanga low on HP, triple kill for Saramu, and I think he's going to try getting the kill onto. Oh, but no, it's going to be a shutdown. Lumsanga gets the kill on Saramu, ending his streak of misery onto the enemies. Look at that, though. He gets a double kill. Lumsanga gets the kill on Kimmy, and now he might actually just go for that third one. No, I don't think he wants to. I think he knows that he should actually just play it safe right now. He's got the advantage rolling on his team. CRQ are really, really strong right now. They just might just focus on the objectives instead, and now that's what they're going for.
That is the synergy straight from Burma. I'm joking, bro. But hey, that is gonna be the lore. It's gonna be secure. It's gonna be the real fighter as well. But Stacks, let's see again, because it's still gonna be a lesson down with the Sky Piece. Peekaboo, and nice positioning. That is, you know, the Kadita style of gameplay you wanna see. 700 stacks onto the Capricia. That's gonna be unlimited bullets that he is gonna be hitting here. 2k gold lead for the side of CRQ, of course, because of the lore advantage that they have the second time around. But Lumsanga, man, look at that.
We've got another one. We've got a Tsunami Slam, but it was completely immune. Taking everyone to the Guantanamo Bay. We've got Kyle using up that Nada, making sure that one kill is taken now. We've got Array out of the picture. Now Kyle's going to go for 2. He's going to go for 3. And now he might just go for more. He is not going to find a way to get the kill onto Lancelot, though. He's trying to reset his second skill. But no, he just decides to back off because it's a Lancelot. He knows he might actually just be taken out if he makes a small mistake. Look at that. Thorned Rose, unbreakable. Trying to catch Lancelot, but too quick. This guy is faster than you know what, never mind, I'm not gonna make that joke.
Okay, let's not. I made the joke and it was so instinctive. But you know, the ways that Lumsanga has been playing, he was able to clear it so well. But Kyle!
Oh, that beautiful time. Oh, okay, that unbreakable is absolutely there. But look at that, Executor is gonna be taken down by the deaths. Okay, no. What is happening? What is happening? I think I'm lagging.
He's just changing up everything at this point. I think the way that the way he was able to get out the Winter Truncheon, sell away, get the immortality again, and then at the last he bought the what is that? The Rose Gold dog, and that is definitely gonna be why he was able to survive all of those. Now the game is turning in favor for the side of NOC. The equality onto the goal has been renounced. And that is definitely gonna be the comebackable moment for the side of NOC. But CRQ, though, they need to do something. Array right now, it's definitely gonna be into his hands. He's able to get the Tsunami slammed on. This time around, I think he should focus on Kyle, who has always been onto the backline, and you know he hasn't been flickering out of safety. He's flickering in to get all of those kills.
Bros, you know what? I think that my stream started lagging the moment that Kyle started actually, showing up he started. He was just too good, dude. My stream started crushing. No cap. This guy is absolutely crazy. But look at that, the airstrike being used. Faden actually forced back. But
flicker. What?
More. We've got Alice using the flicker and the ultimate. But he's gonna survive a lot more than what we actually expect. The ultimate, bravest fighter. He's gonna actually not be taken out because this guy is immune to CC too, just like the Alice. But again, Lord spawning in the next 5 seconds. Who's going to take it? Oh, put the stun onto Lapu Lapu, but he's going to use the second skill to escape into a safe haven. Look at that. We've got more, probably. We've got now nothing, actually. I don't believe anyone's going to fight. I think they're all going to back off because they know they can't really make any mistakes no more. Executor, he's just trying to be a sandbag, give vision, while increasing his damage taken. I think he's just farming it.
Yeah.
I still
he wanna be the sandbag. That's aura farming onto the Uranus you usually can do. But the top lane is actually a good setup for the side of CRQ right now, so they are willing to go for the fights here. But Ramon though, look at the damage on Executor. He's just chasing them away. But I think he got the Malefic Roar also. That must be the reason why he was able to chunk down the HPs of Executor. But onto the other hand though, Peekaboo, with the build-ups onto his items, he's able to chunk down the HPs of Kimmy for so low. So this can be a possible green light. Nah, Revitalize also being baited.
I mean, he is absolutely a master at baiting things. So sorry.
Okay.
Lord bait being out in public. Everyone knows that it's just a Lord bait. Nobody's actually gonna engage. But look at the Unbreakable catching one, no follow up though. But that's a lot of damage. Peekaboo being forced to use the bird form. He's able to actually fly away into a safe space. But again, I think NOC are actually going to take the Lord now. They're not going to actually stop. CRQ know this. They're trying to go in. We've got the stun. We've got all of that. Lapu Lapu shit. But Zeramoon's going to secure the retribution and make sure he gets the Lord. I'm just lagging.
Okay, that is gonna be another Kyle getting the unstoppable, but it's gonna be Peekaboo with another kill of his own, Kimmy. That is gonna be the immortality being popped out again. 27, still trying to go for a taste. The Bravest Fighter coming to the taunt as well. Kimmy onto the run, but the basic attack will be enough for him to take them down. But right now, Kyle, without the flicker though, he's still gonna be able to get out the damage. It's gonna be the Feather Strike coming through as well. Oh my goodness! Whistling Lantern, dude, that is gonna be a lot of damage. Plus the Lightning Trenton too.
I mean, to be fair, this guy's actually just almost two-tapping Kyle, but again, you can't really two-tap Kyle if at all. Kyle's actually playing it safe now, can he? Again, that whole team fight just ended in a very, very peculiar situation for the side of Team NOC. They lost 3 members, while Executor is literally the only one who actually got taken out. I'm surprised this guy is actually getting taken out now. He's died 3 times. No surprise here that Executors, I mean, not Executors, that's a Pokemon. Sandbags like Uranus actually get taken out pretty easily. But this time, Executor is playing him in such a good way that he's barely even being taken out, and he's got the full build. He's able to actually sustain all the damage because this guy is absolutely above his pay grade. He's got all of the items that he needs. Lancelot now gets the blue buff, and everything seems to actually be going to the side of Team CRQ. They've got the defense rolling up. They've got nothing from the side of Team NOC. Well, pressure being applied to them, of course. But although NOC really are trying to put a good game out here.
You know, the late game, 23 minutes already, because of the slow movement, the slow moving game that we had, I didn't notice it was already 23 minutes. And the Evolve Lore is taken care of even without any gain. And that is how the good high ground coming through from the side of CRQ actually means. So this time around, I think CRQ, mainly Doom, they're just trying to go for a little bit of a setup onto the bottom lane side, because look at this. They are setting up, you know, for that minion wave so that whoever comes to get a duty on clearing onto that, they'll be getting caught upon. And I don't doubt the way that Peekaboo is able to have that damages on, but there's also a fact, right? When you have a good roamer, you also have another good roamer to the opponent's side. Look at that!
Look at that beautiful escape from there. And I thought Lancelot is still gonna triumph over Suyu any day of the week. This guy, but look at that, the AOG being used defensively. He's gonna use the Bravest Fighter to actually stun him, but no lock just yet. Alice cannot be taken down easily, and everyone from the side of Team CRQ know this, so they're not gonna, invest in trying to take down Alice, because obviously Haruka is going to be a very, very tanky unit throughout the whole game. Now we've got Lancelot trying to attend for the Lord Dance, and everyone from the side of Team NOC are now trying to force their way into the Lord Pit, but they do not have their Hyper.
Yeah, that is the problem here right now, but there might be a little bit of a blink coming through. Kyle changing. Hey, you gotta be careful, man! Immortality, Bob, and Kyle will be able to take him down, and not much of enough damage coming through from Peekaboo. He's gonna be taken down as fucking me. That's gonna be a ton, but hey, Haruka trying to go for the chase onto 27 and Executor right now, but Payton though, he's gonna be clearing out onto the minions, but... Oh, what? Hey!
That is major disrespect, man. Dude, you don't let the minions take out your immortality.
Alright.
But hey, I appreciate the effort that you put in there trying to defend your tower with your own immortality. But hey, that's a 2,000, gold item. Unbreakable
Gold,
being
yeah.
actually taunted Lapu Lapu. Nothing too serious just yet. But the side of Team NOC really have the opportunity here to take the door without any pressure from the side
27?
of CRQ. But look at 27 jumping into the back line. Kyle, though, he has the immortality. He gets the Winter Crown in time. He's got the... Well, look at that. Tsunami Slam, but no follow-up. We've got Faden's RWM. But Sarar Moon secures the Lord and comes back to actually help his team. We've got Ray getting taken out by Kyle, sadly, Kyle was the one who was actually getting marked by Ray, but now with his team, he was able to actually use the power of friendship to make sure Ray got a taste of his own medicine. All that punches, nah, dude. Anytime you give a punch, he's got a bullet for you with your name on it.
That is gonna be a clean execution. Yeah, that was pun intended, man. Yeah, a clean execution because you said got a bullet name on it. Yeah.
Excellent.
Wow. It's an unintentional, accidentally pun. But onto the other side, I think it's really a clean execution coming through from the side of NOC here, mainly into the hands of Kyle because he was able to get the immortality. Oh, Sarar! What?
We've got Sarar Moon jumping in, getting the kill on Peekaboo, and I think it's going to be a death sentence. No, he's going to be able to escape. He's got the immortality now, so he's going to be alive for a bit longer. And now Executor trying to actually do some damage there, but dude, this guy cannot do damage. He's taking a lot of damage, though, surprisingly. Alice jumping in. He's got the ultimate still, and I think Haruka is trying to use it. He's going to go for it. He's going to try it. He's got the flicker on it. And Faden gets the kill on Lapu Lapu, and now it's going to be a complete turnaround because Team NOC makes sure CRQ get the first L of this BO3.
It looked so good for CRQ. Lomsanga, bro, what did you do? A good pick off onto the Suyo. It was enough on Saramin. He didn't have to go for Kyle too, man. I think that kind of put them in a peculiar position where his dead timer was so long and it was already time for the Suyo to be up Saramin freely taking out to the Lord, and most of the time they were focusing on to the Granger. Of course, the Granger is important, but he's definitely gonna be the MVP, man. W guy, man. Kyle onto the Granger. Comfort hero, by the way. 10-2-5. Most of the time, he was able to do buy and sell. No butch. 3 times in a row, he was able to survive because of his buying and selling immortality, winter truncheon, and of course the rose gold too.
Hey, dude, did he major in economics? Because this guy's buying and selling like it's the stock market on a good Saturday morning. Dude, this guy's crazy. Holy crap. What is he drinking? Is it Boost? Is it Gatorade? Is it Gamer? No, what is it?
He drank Sting, bro.
Yeah, Gatorade.
Not sponsored.
Not sponsored, by the way. Wish we got them sponsored. Hey, Gatorade, if you're actually listening. G Fuel, if you're listening, sponsor us. But again,
or Red Bull.
Gameplay, or Red Bull too. Actually, Red Bull. Yeah.
F1, bro.
F1.
All right, go on.
Ain't no F1 faster than Kyle and his bullet spamming, because this guy is absolutely crazy. But hey, one thing that I want to mention is the fact that Lamsonga was able to make sure a lot of pressure was applied throughout the early stages of the game. But 27 minutes, man, that's something. That's telling you something. 27. Hey,
27.
Are you there?
Mr. Hoon lookalike. Oh man, the late. I think most of the targeting was actually. Not the very pristine one onto the later part, because 30 seconds were up for the dead timer for Lomsanga, and then they were more focused onto Kyle rather than Sararman. Of course, you want to eliminate out the guy who have the most damage and try to chase them away from their wait, look at this, 21 gold K. Oh man, he's good on economics, you're right. He should be a businessman, bro. He got a lot of gold. 21 head? And okay, Lomsanga is not far behind, but that guy is a full damage. I think he went for the Queen String for the later part of the game where he was able to change that onto the items too. But I think this time around also Saraman was able to find a good pick off. That last part where he was able to get a pick off onto Peekaboo, that was amazing. And talking about Peekaboo, a lot of damage already he had, but the late game Yves who was able to constantly poke into Executor, that is, you cannot really contest to that.
I mean, well, at the end of the day, Executor really did whatever he could. He's a sandbag. He just has to take a lot of hits. But he was not able to take all the hits that Kyle was dealing to him. Absolutely mad how Kyle just single-handedly demolished a lot of people in that whole team fight. But, at least in the end zone, and still was able to survive with his quick thinking and fast swapping skills. This guy is crazy. I'm still kind of shell-shocked. But again, I'm still kind of angry at you, Kyle. You made my Steam freeze. No, not Steam. Stream freeze.
Stream freezed. Yeah, you freeze that thing, bro, because he's gonna be the rich guy. Economics, by the way, yeah, and the carry too. Of course, if he is the rich guy, he's gonna be the carrier because he's gonna be able to have the items too. And how rich is the dude, man? He was able to buy and sell 4 times, 3 times all the time whenever there is a team fight. And it could have been so annoying for the other team, for CRQ, because whenever they were focusing on Kyle, he somehow always have the Winter Trenton. He somehow always have the immortality, and as well as the rose gold. Yeah, that is, oh man, he's just too mafia.
Bro, I'm not joking. This guy, if at all he actually gets the Granger again, it's gonna be a big GG's. Unless, of course, Irithel gets picked, maybe.
No Irithel, please. I don't like any Irithel this meta. It's so useless. Unless you want to counter it into the lane, that is the only option, right? Because you're true. But Executor, he was playing so well onto the marksman today, onto the Granger. So maybe he can get the Granger this time around, for Executor. But he's better onto the utilities into the gold lane though.
I completely agree, but again, one thing that I want to mention is the fact that, Granger has a lot of counters, and, none of them were picked in the previous game. For some reason, they just let him, play Granger, and this is what happens. You could pick the maybe 1-1, you could pick the Harriet. No, I think Harriet was banned previously. You could pick literally a plethora of heroes that could actually counter Granger, maybe not just in the gold lane, in any other lane that can actually just take him out. And plus, he didn't have Purify. You could stun him, and you could have maybe RA jumping in at him and just catching him, but with the way that his placements work, his positioning is absolutely peak. And, well, that just led to him not being taken out at all. If at all he was marked, he will always have his team right next to him, so it was always annoying for the side of team at CRQ. Now, NOC on the red side, I don't think they actually have first pick. No, they don't. Of course not. Now, Utility Jungler getting banned first, and we've got you also getting banned, because Faden, you did a lot for the previous game.
Hilda, Kadita always has to go. And now they can ban for CRQ, they can actually ban the Basha again. And then NOC can absolutely remove out the jungle. But I think they can let go of the Lancelot again, in my opinion, because they were able to, they were able to do so. So Hayabusa is gonna be a great option, and now the Grog also gone. So Basha is there. CRQ, I don't think Lomsanga plays the Basha, so that's gonna be a one-trick Gatot gacha. We are talking about Doom. It's gonna be Doom onto the Gatot now. So for NOC here, it's Lancelot, Jushin, or Lancelot and Lapu?
Lapu, Lancelot, Jushin, Alice, we've got Boxy too. There's a lot of options that are open, but let's just face it, CC is open too. I think that's going to be a more priority pick against any of the heroes. I think you can pick it in the gold lane and still work it out. And pair it up with Lapu Lapu, you'd still actually have a solid draft.
But do you want CC onto the hands of a carry player like the Kyle? Like Kyle? Yeah. Wait, Haruka. Oh wait, they first picked the Elias. I think NOC is the only team who first picked the the Elias and the Harris. Oh my goodness, man! There is gonna be the landslide for Lomsanga again. But you know what, Crux? I would like if they went for the Fanny instead of the landslide, just because of the Harris. But it's okay. So CRQ now, they have an option if they want to go for another utility into the goal inside, whether it can be the CC or a Granger into the goal for Executor.
do you really think they're going to play another utility, especially after that previous game? I don't think so. I believe that I don't want to see that. But no, they got Executor onto the Granger for no absolute reason. They just want to actually put it across as a statement, because obviously we all know that Chrono Dashes counter anything that's linear, and every one of Granger's spells are linear. And now another linear hero, a hero that actually thrives on actually hitting people in a straight line. We've got Selena getting picked onto the side of Team NOC. And I'm not actually kind of surprised, but again, NOC really has Faden with his peak level plays on that Selena dude. I wouldn't be surprised if this guy is absolutely devastating people.
This is why you kind of don't want to have a give out the Selena to Faden too. And yeah, this definitely look more and more better here. But yeah, it's gonna be an Esmeralda ban, and the Basha ban, like already mentioned, will be coming through. The Lapu can be let go here because I think 27 was actually struggling against Haruka onto the Elise, because even with the Lapu, so the Uranus, yeah, they take out the Uranus, willing to go against the Lapu instead. The Suyo, first time I've seen the Suyo ban. That's much of a big respect coming through from CRQ for Sir Arman. I think even though the early game wasn't good, he was able to get that, late game. So is it gonna be a Yishin? I've never seen Sir Arman on Yishin though.
Plot twist, it's not going to be a Yishin Shin, it's going to be Selena in the jungle in the hands of Sir Arman.
Let's go.
I'm joking, but it's definitely going to be Faden on Selena. However, the Eastern Shin does look like a solid idea for the side of Team NOC. They could actually just pull it off and make sure they actually use it to their fullest. But look at that, they've got the Badang getting picked on the side of Team NOC. They've got right now a lot of damage with the Harriet and Selena. But again, if they actually seal the deal for any team fight, he's got a lot of punches ready for his enemies, and I think NOC are actually going to use that to their advantage, because previously Kalea actually got a lot of punches onto the side of Team NOC, and now they want to return the favor. We've got CRQ though jumping in on the freight train and making sure they get the Sushin and also the Edith onto their side. I don't understand the Edith, but I believe it's kind of okay on the EXP lane. If they're playing Roam Edith, it's kind of questionable, but EXP lane Edith,
it's not.
I believe it's okay-ish. I think it's on the B+ tier. It's okay. It's passable, but Zushin, always a very good hero onto the mid lane.
Something everyone might know, that is a signature pick for 27. If it's into the hands of Yama, it's actually into the jungle, which is not recommended, by the way. But this time it will be recommended because it is the XP side. But hey, last picked the Uranus. A solid draft coming through from NOC here. Wow, I'm liking these drafts coming through here. But then there's also a fact that they're going to be having a winning gold lane into the early stages of the game. Look at that, they are actually respecting all the heroes that has been out there, but the Elias has been completely ignored. So Haruka might be able to find the right targeting this time around again, because their priority is always gonna be the Granger Executor. He's gonna have to play just like Kyle did into the previous game, so that they'll be able to have the perfect ending as well. The clean sweep dream is already gone, Crux, but yeah, they can still have that fighting chance.
They definitely can, and I believe that Alice could jump in with the ultimate, but Don could set up for maybe a kill or two. But the Selena is what I'm actually just waiting to see. Faden on the Selena, I'm absolutely stoked to actually get a chance to actually witness this again. And let's just face it, Saramu, utility junglers, he's always good with them. He's never actually out of season with the utility junglers. One thing that I still am questioning is the fact that Executor picked up that Granger against Kyle's Harriet, who has a lot of dashes, which is going to throw him off a little too much. He's not going to actually feel too comfortable launching up the Rhapsodies and the Detsonatas if his target is moving across the map like a little cat.
That is why it's going to be very hard to deal the pressure, especially for the start into the mid lane side. Definitely might eventually be a starter pack here. This is gonna be such an annoying lineup for NOC, but for CRQ, pretty simple. They wanna go for the fight onto the turtle onto the early stages and play a little bit for the gold lane side here, because I feel like Executed today has been performing exceptionally well onto the Granger too, so that will be an option right there. But we cannot really tell because there is also another damage into the side of the XP lane too. But it's gonna be putting a lot of pressure into the hands of Doom if he's able to set up the first turtle. So let's see how the future entails, ladies and gentlemen. Let's head into the Land of Dawn yet again. Game number 2. First game won away by NOC with the carryable Granger, of course, but this time around the Granger into the hands of CRQ. They are onto the blue side and NOC onto the red side. Let's see if they can turn the tables around.
Look at that, Peekaboo already finishing up the clearing on the mid lane. And I think he's looking in for maybe the, positioning onto the Little Wanderer. And I think, well, both the teams, I don't know, I think actually Vinceland's going to be interested in Little Wanderer, but that's done. No, Abyssal Arrow does not connect, and I think Padang knows that he can't really engage right now, especially since his team is not actually going to follow up. Not Selena, because obviously it's on cooldown, and obviously Padang alone can't really do much, but look at the damage that Executor is taking from Kyle. He's absolutely shell-shocking him with no mercy whatsoever, and Kimmy being there is just kind of like threatening Kyle. He's just like, yo, I'm here.
What can you do with my cat when I'm there, right? That's a down, man.
Oh my god.
That's
I think Discord kiddings and Discord mods.
What? Okay. But that's gonna, something that the rumors should actually do is that secure that little gold crab here for your gold laner, because that is going to be eventually doing wonders for the laning phase, because they're going to be eventually having the level leader and the gold lead too. Even a little bit of amount is definitely going to be necessary here right now, but the turtle is going to be up in less than 10 seconds. Ramon already onto the position here. Haruka with a little bit of a vision, trying to give out the vision where 27 is going to be. Lom trying to go in, but the blink is still there for survivability. Faden able to get the pressure onto the map here because of the traps that he set so far. 27 though, level 4 already with Lomsanga too. There might be a contest.
I don't think Rom is actually gonna, do any damage just yet, because obviously his skills are on cooldown. Now I think 27 is positioning himself pretty well, but again, we've got Sarar Moon trying to go in. He's got the last insanity, but Lom secure the turtle with the retribution. We've got the last insanity doing some damage, but that's not gonna be enough. We've got right now Zushin securing the first kill of the match. Haruka getting taken out by none other than Peekaboo.
Hello, Doom. Yeah, this dude right here. Yeah, we saw him. Nice highlight, Fredo. Thank you for this. Yeah, he's gonna have to remember this for a long time. Nice AOZ, a self-proclaimed one trick got thought, by the way, but that's gonna be a reason he's gonna be giving in for Sararman here. He's able to give out where he is. That is one news, but right now I think Lomsanga is trying to give a little bit of an invade, but he's gonna be getting away because mid lane stun flicker wasted by Peekaboo there.
I don't think it's just you want to be wasted. I think it's just trying to test the waters. I believe it's not going to be that big of a threat. It's just going to look at the bot side. We've got the it's a man force, and also the Chrono Dash is putting Executor low on HP, forcing him to recall. But now with the fact that we have Lom in the bot lane, I think it's going to be a little dangerous for Kyle to actually stay there. He's half HP, could be taken out. But look at that Abyssal Arrows, but it's not going to be doing enough damage to actually take out Gacha. Obviously, he's a Gacha. He cannot be taken out by just one Abyssal Arrow, but look at that. We've got the bot lane being a little too stacked up right now. Chopped, I'd say. We've got 4 people in the bot side from the side of Team CRQ. They're absolutely ready to take down any teammate of the side of Team NOC that actually overextends, but nobody is ready or willing to get their heads on a plate.
Right now, I think it's actually good that Lomsang is able to have a little bit of a lead onto the level ranking in comparison to Saramon onto the Xbox right now, because that means that the turtle was important for them and they were able to acquire a little of a 1k goal lead into their side. So this turtle is definitely going to be important for a contest for the side of NOC too, but they are going to have to need Saramon to have the good level, even equalize onto the level ranking, but look at that. It's a level 6 to 8. I don't think it's gonna be a good contest onto the turtle. They might eventually just try to give it away unless Haruka have another answer to that.
I believe that Haruka might actually not have an answer to this, but look at that. We've got the ultimate from Haruka. And
Wow,
he does
there.
have an answer. He steals the turtle under the noses of both the Retribution users. And we've got a little bit too much for what we asked for. Nobody died. But we've got the turtle being secured just by using one ultimate. I believe Haruka actually used it to the best of his abilities. He is absolutely perfect right now. NOC finally getting a little bit of an advantage in that whole losing team fight. 1,000 gold.
The Mizo Elise, man. The Mizo Elise with the retribution, without the retribution. That is what Lomsanga has to focus on, you know? He is another Mizo, by the way. The stun, oh, look at that!
Badang! He set up a good kill for Kyle, and Kyle took it wholeheartedly. He was willing to take it without any second questions. He is absolutely very kind, by the way. Badang, you are so good. You just gave Arius Kyle.
You are a nice guy.
Nice guys don't really get ahead in life, but it's okay.
Oh, okay,
He
okay.
did help his, cool guy friend to get a kill, so he will have the advantage on his counterpart in his lane, Executor. So, well, it is what it is. Now, Haruka is trying to look in for maybe an invade, but I think he's just trying to get information so that Saramu can actually get all the advantages that he can get. But look at the stun from the side of Team NOC, the flicker being forced out. I don't think anyone is going to engage in that after that. First item priority for Ure is going to be Dominance Ice, though.
Okay, and Dominance is his favorite, by the way, for some reason. But that's going to be a hybrid defense, so that's definitely going to be in favor for them right now. But the Warwick's already secured by Saraman, also going to be playing an important role in the way they are trying to play around with this X-Proc. True damage is definitely necessary right now, but the bottom lane...
Forced out the flicker. We've got the Saban Force on cooldown for 20-30 seconds, but the flicker off cooldown for an approximate of 120 seconds. I don't know, unless of course we've got Pull Yourself Together, but I don't think nobody actually takes that on Granger.
Yeah.
Most people actually just take the healing talent, so it is what it is. But again, Granger, he's low on HP. He can't really engage in this fight. He's got Harriet has the Saban Force back off cooldown just right now, actually. So I think it's going to be a very, very difficult team fight for the side of Team CRQ to take, because Granger is just focused on farming up. He's taking it slow. It's actually kind of good, but look at the Man Force trying to take down Gacha. We've got Saramu making sure he gets the turtle with a retribution. But the bot side, we've got one tower getting taken out by the side of Team CRQ. They took down Tier 1.
That's actually in favor for them, because that's going to be the compensation that they are looking for with the turtle ticked by Saraman. Finally able to get the turtle. Level 9 is what he have. Still Lomsang onto the level lead. That's definitely going to be the power of the Lancelot. That's an assassin we're talking about. But I think this time around he'll be able to find a little bit of a crossbow. Oh, stun!
We've got Doom getting a lot of damage on his face, but AOG defensively, he's going to use it to escape from that whole ordeal. But I don't think it's actually kind of warranted to actually stun that Doom of all people. This guy has an ultimate that actually teleports him, I don't know, 500 units away. I think he's actually not going to be taken out that easily. Everyone knows that, but well, it is what it is. Harriet now trying to take his Calamity Reaper's passive to take down the tower even faster. Will be able to take down the tower, and now Haruka trying to actually scout out what of the competition is actually bringing to the table. The mid lane only has 2 people, and I don't think it's anything that's going to be too threatening for the side of Team NOC. But look at that, a setup. We've got the Unbreakable being used to stun up Saramu. He's using up all of his IQ. Look at that, though. One thing that I always tell you guys, it's the fact. Oh, well, before that, we've got right now Zushin jumping in, and we've got Executor getting 1 stack into that Sky Piercer, but he took a lot of damage. Haruka now using the Blood Ode to actually catch up the distance. But on the bot side, we've got Badang stunning up Lancelot Loam into an Oblivion while Kyle actually just takes the kill. Abyssal Arrow missing. I don't think it's actually, warranted. Faden not really making that much of a big play just yet. He might eventually, but 0-0-0. In the bot side, though, we've got Kyle pushing up all the towers. Again, one thing that I want to mention is the fact that Sky Piercer takes down the, Firaga armor of X-Borg, by the way. Firaga armor is considered a separate HP bar, so Sky Piercer takes down the, Firaga armor as its...
double stack.
What do you call it? Not double stack. It's actually... Does it give a double stack? Oh, yeah,
It might.
I don't know about that.
It should be, because if the Faraka armors, yeah, you take down the Faraka, okay, never mind. Haruka, oh, Lomsa, able to get the turn the Lord right now. AOZ, use defensively, the flicker coming through as well. Executor able to escape out, but he might be able to get his escape again, and he'll be able to take Kimi down. There's another stack, 27 onto the back line. Haruka will be able to stun him down. He's taken very low, no primal stress, and that's gonna be Kyle with the last hit, the killing spree coming through, and that's gonna be Harriet. Another kill onto his hands, but the Lord is already up. Bottom lane is where it's going to be merging through. The top lane is CRQ. What CRQ won, but look at this kills, Crux. It's 3-3 only, and already 9 minutes of the game.
I'm expecting this to actually go for at least 16 minutes. I'm just gonna give up already. Look at Lone just jumping into the tower. He is fearless, but look, he's just puncturing people. I think that's what he actually likes to do. He likes puncturing balloons, just like he wants to puncture my dream of having dinner. No, the stun from Abyssal Arrow finds its mark, but it's not going to actually lead to anything because nobody's actually gonna, okay, I thought another Abyssal Arrow was going to hit, but no, it's going to be Peekaboo sidestepping it because obviously he's not that stupid, but Abyssal Arrow finds the mark. He's going to actually take down I'm not going to say that. Edith out. He's dead. Goodbye. Good night.
27. Yeah, 27. Not another 27, man. But hey, on to the other hand, I think Faden finally found a good stun and a bit of a picker. But I think the pressure that he's been able to create with the Abyssal Hero has been so annoying for CRQ. But Peekaboo, I think there's a damage mid lane. Smart Force being forced upon. The damage is coming through as well. Array with the pop down to the Revitalize, able to survive. That's not much of an engage, and that is gonna be a successful, chase away coming through from the side of NOC right now, because they know that they'll be able to have a good lead onto the pressure onto the map as well if they are able to do stuff right now. But the good thing about CRQ is that they have Executor with 0 deaths. He's going in. Look at that. What? Oh, man.
I mean, Kyle just got himself the Holy Crystal. He's going to do a lot of damage. But look at that, dude. I'm telling you. So Faden is literally telling Peekaboo. He's just telling him, Peekaboo, Peekaboo, I see you.
Yeah. The arrows
top tower gone, and minions just destroying it. I want this to end my suffering. I'm kidding. Oh, look at that Abyssal Arrow. It's actually just gonna miss again. 001 though. I mean 007 would have actually been cool. I could call him James Bond, but no, he's not.
007 bang. But yeah, you're right, there's not much of a pressure coming through from the side of CRQ though. But hey, Array trying to go on a 1v1 situation with Haruka. Not much of a re-engagement, but right now they're trying to tease out a brawl into the mid side, because of course they know that if they are able to get out the mid turret here, they'll be able to open up the jungle. But CRQ are like, nah, we are not gonna be letting that happen, because the Lord is already gonna be upped, and we want that Lord for ourselves too. We have the damage already for my Grandeur, and you have the Harriet too, but that's definitely okay, because we're gonna be protecting our Grandeur too. But this time around, Mortality already bought by Sir Ramon, another way for them. But right now, Lom, I think Kimi spotted out.
Why is Kimmy, just there? Why would you even do that? Look at that. Peekaboo is actually trying to engage. Look at the Abyssal Arrow. Keeping Kimmy alive for a bit longer. And now Peekaboo getting taken out by Kyle is no mystery to all of us. We've got more damage from Kyle coming in with that beautiful as a man force.
Okay.
He's got the Chrono Dashes, keeping him alive for a bit longer. That shield is not allowing him to take any damage, but his team is taking a lot of damage. So Moon, low on HP, he got the immortality, but he's going to lose it just like that. He's not going to lose it. He is going to lose it. He's not going to lose his life though. But look at that Abyssal Arrow, and that Edith predictably stuns, but it's going to be a Natalia that gets stunned. And now I think it's going to be an easy Lord for this side. Oh no, it's going to be some Man Force getting caught. And now, look at that guy. He's actually surviving after all of that. But no, Array is going to take him down. No way. Kyle out of the picture. Now Viraga armor is going, out. It just went. And now we've got another kill. Executor executed one more person, and that's going to be Kimmy, who was the reason why everyone started a brawl on the top side. I don't know why you actually went there, but it is what it is. You've decided to
blame Kimmy and move on.
Blame Kimmy and move on. But it's okay. This guy actually did survive for a bit long, and got his team a few kills, so it's okay. But Kimmy, not Kimmy, Executor finally gets himself the Lord. And now Alom is able to actually mark down Faden inside the tower. And that's going to put a lot more pressure onto the side of Team NOC. And now we're going to see a game 3. and I'm crying.
Don't jinx it. Let's fight it slow, man. But hey, that's not gonna be slow enough because of my first. We've got as well the stun coming through. Ray getting caught here. The revitalize is also out there, but Aruka will be able to grab that kill right now. There's gonna be Peekaboo trying to get a little bit of a damage coming through. Longsaga until the main of it all will be able to survive, but another stun coming through as well. Peekaboo getting caught. The Crimson Beacon will be helping him survive right there, but the Lord is already marching into the top lane side. The mid lane is also what they want to focus on, but the bottom lane is what they will be able to get right now. But still, CRQ able to find ways to try to open up the map and get that momentum back for themselves, because this time I think Executor performing so well, already full build onto this grandeur right now, and if the game goes on he'll be able to sell out the boots also. But now I think it's gonna be very, very dangerous for the side of NOC here. 302 is the scaling 500, almost 600 Capriccio stacks in 15 minutes of the game. That means that he will be able to shoot out enough Rhapsodies to take anyone down onto the front lines here.
I'll definitely do, but look at that episode arrow going in. I think right now I'm feeling very underwhelmed with the fact that Faden is not able to actually mark anybody and take them down, but it's okay. Faden is doing his best, and we all know that because obviously Faden is trying. He's placing more abyssal traps and launching more abyssal arrows than most of the average Salinas combined. Again, though, I believe that Kimmy should really place himself a little better, and now there might be a little fight into that blue buff side for the side of Team NOC, but no, I believe that Kimmy is out of position. Peekaboo, peekaboo, I see you is what she said to Kimmy, and now he will be forced to actually reposition himself to another bush, which is kind of funny how, you know, Tigreal, if he ever saw him, he would be like, real men don't hide in the bush.
But he's always in the bush. Hypocrite, man, and greatest hypocrite in MLBB lore. Well, I think he's always gonna be, you know, it's never related to the game sometimes, unless you have a good passive like Carmilla or a Cecilia, right? That is one big couple unity. But onto the other side here, let's get back to the Land of Dawn right there, because Kimmy doing the same exact thing that he usually wanted to do. And I think this time around, Ray might eventually read that out too, because look at this. Peekaboo is actually scouting out these bushes here. You know what, Crux? This bush is a Kimmy bush. I think he always usually go for this bush, even when he uses the chip to try to go for those setups. I think he's not gonna get spotted. Yeah,
let's is getting spotted.
Yeah, he knows. He knows.
He knows.
6 cents.
He knows.
Low star. He knows.
I'm kidding. Anyways,
okay.
Hey, here's a joke. Okay, before that, a team fight maybe in the Lord side. I believe that Xborg has the advantage, so our Moon might just have that beautiful insanity. I think he's not that insane to just use it just yet. He wants to wait it out. He wants to make sure he secure it. But look at that. Edith uses the ultimate, tries to burn down the Lord. Look at that. Walks in and gets the Lord with the retribution. Now, Sorokyle is he's going to do a lot of damage. Holy crap, what? He's going to kill 2 people in a matter of seconds, in a matter of split seconds, and he's going to find a third one? No, it's going to be Haruka who gets that kill, and now it's going to be dangerous because obviously the Lord's marching in and NOC have the advantage. Finally, we're seeing some action because both of these teams were playing too passively for the past 17 minutes, and no, not actually 17 minutes. I'd say a good 11 minutes they've been playing passively. They had a few good fights, and I loved them, but they were too passive. Hey, here's a joke for every one of you. Imagine Tigreal's dialogue. Oh, another fight we've got right now. Kyle going in like a ninja, going straight up to the enemy's face with the flickers of Man Force and Chrono Dash, making sure he gets the kill. Loam is going to get stunned, but no, he's going to be alive for a moment. He's not going to actually stay alive long enough, though. He's going to watch his base get destroyed, dismantled, while everything around him crumbles. He's going to lose this match, and NOC have been crowned the victors.
Clean sweep, W, by the way. The first clean sweep coming through from NOC. Kyle is him, bro. He is him. Either the Grandra or the Harriet. So he's gonna be him. Executor able to do well, but yeah. Questionable lord fight coming through from CIQ right there, because why would you want to burst out the turret, the lord, when there is no proper setup? And I don't think Lomsanga even had the chance to go for the retribution. Okay, of course, you are him, Kyle. Full build Harriet. One Demon Force, not Demon Force, Synchrophase and one basic attack is enough to take Peekaboo down. Of course, full build is what he is on. 7-1 to 3 is the scoring for the Harriets right now, and you know what, Crux? It's gonna be 100% team fight participation for the Harriets.
Hey, but look at that. The fact that Ray has his, obviously Ray, Zushin lost. I just wanted to put it out there just because, obviously rubbing salt on the wound is just fun. Ray.
Ray.
I shouldn't actually be this cool. But hey, let me make it up with let me make it up with you, make it up to you all with a joke. Imagine that the dialogue that Tigreal has. Real men don't hide in a bush. Gender swap it. Say, real women don't hide in a bush. And paste it on Hilda's voice lines. Real women don't hide in a bush. And 24/7 inside a bush. That sounds funny in my head.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it should have been in your head, man.
Thanks. Keep that in mind.
It should have been in your head. Okay. Well, yeah, that was... Yeah, whack. It was whack. What's more whack is CRQ, bro. I'm so sorry. They're the most improved team that we have seen to the tournament so far, but getting 2-0 by NOC Doom. Yeah, man, not the best day for him. But yeah, the ratings though. 8-10 is the score in 18 minutes of the game. How does this work though, bro? They were fighting, right? But like you said, I think 11 from the early stage of the game, they were actually fighting quite a lot. But then again, they were very passive, no kills here. And then I think both of the goal laners are the main carry for this game right now. Of course, and more damage coming through from the side of Harriet because he was able to get out the damages and the full build too. But Lomsanga, man, I feel bad for this dude. He was playing so good, and then. Yeah, one fight it was all it takes. One miss out onto the retribution was all it takes to, lose out the game.
He was as slippery as a bar of soap in a prison.
Prison, yeah. Alright, man. Okay, I hope they know, because I want to know.
I hope they don't know. I'm so sorry, viewers. I don't want to traumatize you. I don't know, humor.
Yeah, jail humor. Wait, look at this. It's Mr. Hoon, 27 on the edits. 034. Yeah, man.
Wait, is 27 years old?
No, he's not.
No.
Ironic, right?
Sad, but it's okay. In the end of the day, we have 27 who is not a 27-year-old, and we've got Harriet, who is Kyle, whose real name is not Kyle, by the way, but it's his in-game tag. I'm sorry, I should just quit. I'm gonna go.
In-game tag. You wanted a clean sweep, right? There we go. Clean sweep. Thanks to Kyle. Onto the damage dealer. Rich guy, the carry. Both he's got 76k damage onto the carry hero. And of course, you have a lot of stuff to do. But yeah, Doom, man. On your one trick? How can you lose on your one trick, bro? And the sandbag is not going to be enough. You're going to have to win it out, man. Questionable. But their future is doomed, man. Their dream.
He thinks just because his name is Doom and he uses a hero that looks like an atom bomb that everyone just gets scared of the moment it actually, uses the ultimate. He thinks he can win the game. But sadly, you can't really do full magic build, so you can't really take down people like a nuke. But again, it's okay. Because, you know what? Cut. I'm done.
Cut. Replay. I'll say it. It's not gonna be. No, I don't think they have chance for lane qualifiers anymore, man. RIP, CRQ, but NOC though. Wow. They're finally showing up potential because this is what we have been looking for since the Swiss stages. They were very shaky, alright? And now this is exactly how Kyle should be performing. Never put him onto the fighters, man. Come on. Why the Lapus or any CC, man, when he can play very well onto the Harriets or even the Natan or even the Granger. This is their final message, I would say. Get the damage in. Kyle perfectly carrying the team, and I think the team was also playing for him too at one point. And yeah, the combination never dies, man. Give me Kyle. Turtles days, but Wow, it's funny, right? They were actually against their old teammate, 27. Yeah,
Sorry,
and they won.
My cat energy is coming out.
That's the so Argus of you, man. Yeah, dark and light. It might kill us if we make more fun.
Exactly, that's
But
what I'm talking about. Anyways, you guys are absolutely amazing. Thanks for sticking with us, and hope you have a good night, and hope you have a good day tomorrow too. Because obviously, we're all people.
bye bye.